Edward R. Lipinski has worked in publishing and advertising for 40 plus years. He has worked as an art director, graphic designer, illustrator, and writer. He wrote and illustrated the home improvement column for the New York Times for over 5 years and is the author of Picasso, The Cat Who Wanted to Be an Artist, a children's book, the New York Times Home Repair Almanac, and Silly book. Madison Avenue is his first novel.
So I'll go way back in history. When I got out of the Air Force, I entered the publishing world and advertising world. I worked as primarily, I started off working as a assistant art director, then became an art director, and then I became a graphic designer. My passion was to do illustration, and so I was studying illustration, and I did illustration in the old-fashioned way, what we call flat graphics, using pen and ink and paint, which is obsolete days. Then illustrate, I got into doing technical illustration, which was home repair, automotive, scientific illustration. And so I was doing that for many years, and I had a very good column that I was illustrating for the New York Times, the home repair column, and home instant, the do-it-yourself. That was one column, and we had two columns. The fellow who was writing the columns retired. The New York Times did here, so I said to the said, let's try it, because I had some experience in college as in advanced exposition. So they let me take over the column, and I turned out that I was able to write it. And so I was writing it and illustrating it for over 5 years, the home improvement column. I got 2 books out of that. One was, the New York Times Home Repair Almanac, and the other was Tiling, a complete installation handbook. Now, this was not fiction. These were nonfiction books. And I illustrated them and wrote them, and they appeared on the market. I think they're right now. I did another book in my earlier than that, which has nothing to do with home improvement. So the kid who wanted to be an artist. And it was a children's book. I illustrated it and wrote it. And that, I believe, is still in print, and you can get it on Amazon.com. But anyway, after the New York Times changed their format, they started going more to internet, and they dropped a lot of their columns because they decided they were going to be just a news agency. And so they dropped my column. And that's the time I started to write, and I started to write fiction. And at that time, publishing was only through large publishing companies such as Random House, Simon & Schuster, et cetera, et cetera. And so my books did not get published. But anyway, fast forward to the 21st century, and publishing had changed now, and the advent of self-publishing came about, and therefore I started to get my books into print. I put Werewolf on Madison Avenue in print, and now I've also got Visions of Destiny in print. So that's kind of a capital idea of what my background has been. Yes, this is one of the few I actually didn't. The other books came together, like, for example, Werewolf on Madison Avenue. I worked in advertising for many years, and I met some very interesting characters, and so the book talks about anything dramatic came into. There was zany characters. In Visions of Destiny, though, I remember I was listening to the radio, and the news, they had a news article about the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission, investigating some people who were doing insider trading. And these people, insider trading, of course, is illegal. And I don't know the exact details. I don't remember who was involved. But anyway, these insider traders were part of a financial institution, and therefore they had inside information to some of the companies that they were dealing with, and therefore they could make a killing on the market, and that was illegal. And I wondered to myself, what would happen if someone had insider trading but was not involved in the financial area? suppose, for example, someone had a crystal ball and could look into the future, and with insider trading or not. And anyway, that's the moment of inspiration that I had, and from there I developed a whole storyline about it. If a person could get glimpses, not complete views of the future, he couldn't, for example, tell who would be running for president next year or in the next election, or who would win, but suppose he had just glimpses, maybe a car accident here or there. And so anyway, I ended up thinking about this and putting the whole story together. And that's where the inspiration came for Visions of Destiny. It's about a person who glimpses into the future. Now, that may seem to be a very wonderful, profitable talent, but it has some repercussions, and that's what we talk about that's what I talk about in the book. That's a very difficult question. It's like going on a journey, a very difficult journey where you enjoy the trip as much as the destination. So when I started writing the story, there were some parts of it that I really enjoyed getting into. I enjoyed making the characters come together. And but the part that you're talking about, where Henry is down on his luck because some of his visions have not turned out well for himself, and then he meets his friend Augie Bartello, and he develops a very fast friendship with him. Augie is a wonderful person, but Henry is very reluctant to tell him that he can see into the future or get these glimpses, because when he has told people about that, they've looked at him askance, they've looked at him as a weirdo, and they weren't quite sure what to make of him. So, but in a particular accident, Henry forgets himself and predicts that a manhole cover is going to explode. And when it does, Augie knows that Henry has a talent that has been hidden. And so he wants to know more about it. And so Henry discusses and tells him about some of the problems that he's had, some of the events in his life. And Augie is not repulsed by this, but he often thinks there's an angle in this. And there's an angle, there's a way to make money. And he says to Henry, have you ever tried to make money doing this? And Henry, of course, has never thought about doing that. So anyway, they start to visit a casino to see if Henry can see into the future, see an event before it's going to happen. And Henry can see it, but unfortunately, he sees the event in roulette before it's right after it's time, right after the croupier calls out no more bets. So his timing is off, but he does see. And so Augie decides, well, we'll try to go to a racetrack and see. And once again, Henry's visions come true. But again, it's too late to make a bet. But Augie is not deterred. He realizes that maybe with time and practice, they'll go into the money. Unfortunately, Henry has a vision that is a rather tragic vision that involves him and Augie. I don't want to give away the whole story, but there is a sad moment to it. I think it's a very enjoyable book, an interesting book, but it's a serious book. Werewolf, the book that I did before that, has some very funny moments in it, but Visions of Destiny has just a little bit more, but mostly it's a very serious book, and there are some sad parts to it too. It's every author's dream to see the work. I think of the two books, Visions of Destiny would have more potential in the movies, partly because it deals with real characters and it requires just actors. In Werewolf and Madison Avenue, you have to take an actor and change him into a werewolf, and that takes special graphics. I don't know whether studios, whether the small studios have the ability, the big studios do, but whether or not they want to commit themselves, I don't know. We're getting into a field that I don't know much about, what makes and what producers look for. I would like to think that both books have potential for movies, but again, I got the winds of fate. No, the closest I can think of, and you're catching me in a very awkward moment because I don't see a lot of movies, so I don't know who the current actors are. I would think a younger Tom Hanks, but I've seen him recently in a movie called A Man Called Otto, and he's just a little too old for the part of Henry, but he has a temperament that would work well for that. Almost a Forrest Gump type of person, but Forrest Gump was emotionally challenged, and Henry is not. Henry's a shy type of person and a little unsure of himself, even though he has these visions, but he's certainly capable. But that would be the person I would think of. But again, you have to turn the clock back for Mr. Hanks. No, I don't. I'm not a serial writer. I know that there's some people who do that. No, my next book is totally different, and the book after that will be totally different too. No, there won't be Son of Werewolf or Henry Gainsforth Returns to the Earth Again. No, I'm sorry. I hope you enjoy the book, but it's at the end of the book it says the end, and it is the end. Well, what happened was they asked me if I could be in Los Angeles, and I did go to Los Angeles. I just came back this past Monday. It was a wonderful experience. That was for the Los Angeles Times Festival of Books. Asked me if I could do San Francisco. Well, my resources are finite, and I just can't do the cross-country trip 1 week and then the cross-country trip 2 weeks later. So I had to bow out of the San Francisco trip. As much as I'd like to go to San Francisco, I haven't been there in years, but I would like to go to San Francisco, but I just couldn't swing it. It's a delightful experience. It's a wonderful experience. Also in Los Angeles, I did some book signing, and it's wonderful to meet with readers. Now, many of the readers had not been introduced to my book before, so we weren't able to discuss the actual book or the reactions to it. But it's the trouble with being a writer is that it's a very isolated vocation, and so you work at the keyboard and the keyboard of the computer, the word processor, and you vent your imagination. But at the same time, you often like to know what the people are like who read the books and buy the books, and that was a wonderful opportunity. It's a good chance to also get, this is, I guess, is an egotistical thing, but it's an egotistical part of me, to get up and talk about your work and to express yourself in another venue other than just writing, but in a verbal experience. So it was a wonderful experience. I enjoyed it. Oh, it's been very good. I got a company that published a book and put it out. And when I say they put it out, they put it online at Amazon.com and I think BarnesandNoble.com. This is available on both of those. But the problem is, and I didn't realize at the time, just because the book is available online doesn't mean that people are going to buy the book. It takes more than that. You've heard the conundrum that if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears the sound, did it really make a sound? Well, corollary to that would be if you publish a book and no one reads it, did you publish that book? And that was the dilemma I had. And somehow I got connected with ReadersMagnet. I'm not exactly sure how. I think they called me up and asked if I would be in the Saratoga Book Festival, but they didn't identify themselves. Anyway, I got in touch with them, and they've been very good at marketing, which is very, very complicated and requires a certain expertise to develop marketing strategy. The people have been very good to me. They've treated me like their only author, and I know they have many authors, but they treated me like a special, and I'm gratified with that. They've come up with all sorts of strategies to put my book out there and introduce me to the public, and I'm very grateful for that. Yes, they're both available on Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, and we're working to get them into the stores. And my website is www.edwardlipinski, all lowercase letters.com. And I'm also on YouTube, and I'm not familiar enough with it. I understand if YouTube and type my name in, Edward Lipinski, I will come up, and you will see this interview, for better or for worse.
personally have had great success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
I sew, I love to garden, but most of all, I love to play golf with my husband and my girlfriends in Monterey. So let's start with something fun. A hungry lion was roaming in the jungle looking for something to eat. When he came upon two men, one man was sitting under a tree reading a book. The other man was writing in a notebook. So the lion pounced on the man reading the book and devoured him. Because even the king of the jungle knows that Reader's Digest and Writer's Cram.
That's good.
One more. Okay, so if Moses came down from the mountain today with the 10 Commandments, he would probably spend the next 5 years trying to get it published.
Those are great.
Okay. So, Reader's Magnet has allowed me to share my first 2 books, I Am Me and Yo Soy Yo. I Am Me, as he said, is the Spanish version of I Am Me. So, as the year's events splashed on our TVs and other communication devices, I was finding myself getting depressed from what I was seeing on the TV and in the world and in our country. People were being marginalized and put down for who and what they are and believe. The COVID-19 pandemic was ravaging people's lives, and fear of the unknown gripped the world and our personal lives. The way I deal with this kind of bad news, it makes me feel bad, it gets me depressed, is I go to my craft room and I start a project. And usually by the end of the time I finish the project, my head is in a better place. So one morning, I was having coffee out on my patio, listening to the ocean waves, when suddenly a voice came in my head, says, "Write a book." Well, I talk to myself a lot, and I answer myself a lot. And so I said, right, I'm gonna write a book. Are you kidding me right now? That's not gonna happen. And I just poo-pooed the idea, let it go. So as the days passed and the mornings passed, and I kept having that voice come to me every morning while I was having my coffee, I finally decided, look, I'm gonna get rid of that voice. And I'm gonna start maybe writing some things down. So I started writing things down, just random thoughts. And finally I said, well, let me write it down into something that would make sense. So this is what I wrote. This is dedicated to all the me's of the world. You are a me. Some me's are a he, some me's are a she. Me's can be whatever me's want to be. Some me's are different colors. Me's of different colors are still a me. Some me's come from different places on this planet we call Earth. They are still a me. Some mean to talk in a different language. Words we know that mean the same to our me, but not to another me, they're still a me. So I finished that, and I was really proud of it. And I thought, well, okay, maybe I am going to write a book. But how do I start? What do? I got to create a character, some kind of maybe icon, because I grew up watching Disney and way back when, and they all had different characters, and so I had to have a character. So I thought, the best thing to do would be a me that's a newborn child. We start to learn. From the very beginning, we take our first breath. We are learning. So they're going to, as they get older and they progress in their skills, they can read, they can draw, and as I heard from one of our authors, I can't remember his name, sorry, but she said, watch what they draw. It's important.
Yes.
It could mean something very, very good or something very, very bad. So I think this is important. I didn't know that was important until she said that could be important. So on the child, he grows up and he can read about his nose and mouth and what they do. And he comes to a page where he can put, this is interactive, by the way, and what he can do is, or the child, not he, can do, is put their fingerprints, their handprints, their palm prints, and God forbid something would happen to a child and they needed to be identified, this would be invaluable. Then on we go, they finally finish, and they can draw their own me. There are a lot of blank pages in here, so they have a lot of opportunity to create whatever they want, however they feel. So I think it's important that they have something like this, and people may think they could use this as a journal or as a baby book and look back on it as something they can remember for years and years. I know that I am still discovering my own me, and I will be discovering my own me until I leave this earth. Okay. Now for Mrs. Faith. In 2019, my husband and I decided we wanted to live our dream to live by the ocean. So we sold everything. We sold our house. We sold everything in our house. We packed up our 4 cats, Missy Faith, Margot, Chocolat, and Goofy. And we moved to Marina. I love creatures of all kinds. I've had lots and lots of animals of all kinds. Usually I would bring them home and to my mother's dismay. So the inspiration for Missy Faith Got Lost is based on a true event. When we came to live in our house in Marina, she went under a hole in the fence and we lost her. We couldn't find her. We didn't know the neighborhood. We were brand new, so it was just devastating. We thought we had lost Missy Faith. The thing about Missy Faith is that she's blind. So she just goes wherever she thinks she's going. So it took us hours, but thank God we did find her. So let's sit back, find your child in you, and enjoy a story about Missy Faith. So let me introduce you to Goofy. Goofy is our cat. All these cats are ours. And he says, in his own words, I grew up as cats do. I had to look for food at other people's houses. One day, I wandered into the yard looking for food. 3 other cats were living there, and there were lots of food to eat. I went back to the house whenever I was hungry. So I was happy when the person petted me. I rolled on my side. I started to kick my chin with my back paws, and the lady laughed so hard that she gave me the name Goofy. This is Margot. Margot is our gray cat. She's a little girl. And she says, "My name is Margot. My story begins, as all cats do, as a kitten. My mom had a litter of 4. I was the only gray kitten with dark gray stripes. I stayed with my mom in her forever home for a while. Something changed one day. I was exploring my new place when I saw something small like me. We touched noses, and I knew it was a cat like me. A cat like me was not alone. There were 3 other cats. Soon I was having fun, and I could go outdoors. I could not go outdoors before. What a wonderful place." This is Chocolat. Chocolat is our little brown and white cat, and this is how she describes herself. "My name is Chocolat. My mom lived in her forever home. I had new people, and I went outdoors. And my mom named me Chocolat because I'm the color of chocolate. I'm brown and white. And just to know, Chocolat is 20 years old. She's still with me." And this is Missy Faith. "My name is Missy Faith. I'm a tortie. My fur has many colors: brown, gray, white, gold, black, and orange. I cannot see. I am a blind cat. Being blind means even though I have eyes, I see nothing. Being blind does not mean I can't see in other ways. I use my nose to smell for many things, mostly food. I stayed in places that smelled familiar to me. I use my whiskers to feel things near me, so I won't bump into anything. My paws are very good at helping me stay away from dangerous places. My nose, whiskers, and paws touch and smell. I purr loudly when I walk around. My purr voice echoes back to me to tell me how close I am to what is in front of me. And this is our new home in Marina. Well, now the story begins where the cats introduce themselves to their new friends. They had friends at the other place, so now they're going to introduce themselves to their new friends. And the first friend they met was Ollie the Crow. Ollie introduces himself to Margot. Margot approaches Ollie, who is perched on a big bush. She purrs. "I like to chase things, especially birds. If you try to chase us, Margot," Ollie says sternly, "we will go away and never come back." Margot yells, "Oh, please, don't do that, Ollie. You need to be nice to me and my friends, Margot. We know this place can be a lot of fun, and we would be happy to make sure of that," all the crows sing out. Margot agrees. This is Alan and Max, and Alan and Max are 2 dogs that live on one side of the fence. So Goofy decides to hop up on the top of the fence to get the 2 dogs' attention. When the dogs see Goofy, they quit playing and come to the fence where Goofy is looking down on them. "Are you having fun?" he asks. Big White Dog speaks first. "We are. Who are you?" "My name is Goofy, and I and my sisters live next door." "My name is Max," says the Big White Dog. "My name is Alan," yips the small yellow dog. "We know you have not been here before because you are cats. You never smell cats. They bark and whip. This is Floyd and Maisie, two dogs that live on the other side of the fence. Floyd and Maisie introduce themselves, and he says, well, hi there, Goofy Trills. You are very small from up here on the roof. The larger one of the two dogs says, my name is Floyd. This is my sister, Maisie. Have been barking at you for days. It's nice to meet you. I saw you and Maisie playing in your yard when I looked over the fence. You both look like twins. Maisie gets, now, we are the same breed of dog. We are schnauzers. Goofy replies, I have 3 sisters. We are all cats. I guess that means we are all the same breed? We don't know about that, Floyd responds. Margot yells, hey Goofy, I want to say hello to Floyd and Maisie. Chocolat, Margot, and Missy Faith walk to the fence, and each one in their own voice introduces himself. Missy Faith takes a big sniff and can tell who is Floyd and who is Maisie. Margot inquires, is one of you a boy? Your barks are different. Yes, Floyd says, I'm a boy. And Maisie whoops, I'm a girl. My bark is much softer than Floyd's. Goofy, Margot, Chocolat, and Missy Faith meow. Goodbye. It's nice to know you all. We will be great friends. Yes, barks Maisie and Floyd. This is Milo. And Milo is a squirrel. And Milo has an interaction and wants to be a friend with all the cats. So Margot is out in the yard one day and she sees the squirrel and she growls, who are you and what are you doing on my fence? The squirrel stops, looking puzzled. Haven't you ever seen a squirrel before, Cat? Of course I have, replies Margot. And do you think I'm stupid, Tom? This is Enzo and Ella. Enzo and Ella are doves. We do have doves, and they come by, and they introduce themselves. The gray birds coos, we are doves. The white dove says, my name is Ella, and my partner is Enzo. We live in the trees you see all around. That's amazing, Chocolate says. This is Oscar. Oscar is a seagull. Of course, cats have never seen a seagull before. So the way that Oscar introduces himself is, I was flying around when Ollie the Crow told me he was just some new friends he should check out. Enzo and Ella flew by and told me you were all friendly cats. My name is Oscar the Ox. I am a seagull. I live by the ocean. I fly around sometimes to visit my friends. Goofy calls, yowls, can you hear me out there, Oscar? Yes. You do not need to shout at me because you were so loud, chatters Margot. We thought we needed to be just as loud. This is Rosie. Rosie's a possum. And Rosie's experience was that everyone was looking at the moon and the stars when they were surprised something moving along the fence. Goofy crouched down and went slowly towards the critter moving by the fence. Goofy hissed, stop. What are you doing in our yard? The critter flopped on the ground and didn't move. Oh, my goodness, the critter's not moving. Did I scare it to death? They all went to the critter and started to cry and wondered what to do. Margot touched the critter and all at once his eyes opened and began hissing at them. Don't be afraid, cried Chocolat. The critter spoke in a low tone. I am Rosie. I am an opossum. I only come out at night because I do not see well when the sun is out in the sky. When I get scared, I play dead. You all scared me. This is Spunky, Plunky, and Slinky, and their raccoons. Hello, hi, greetings, hey, these guys are kind of hip. He says, you cats, what's happening? Margot, who is sitting on the patio, sees 3 figures moving on the fence. One of the figures stands up, waving at Margot. Hey there, she purrs. The figure waving at her introduces himself. I am Spunky. On my left is Plunky. On my right is Slinky. We're out and about last night finding food and playing around with Rosie the Possum. We live in the trees where she lives. She told us to come by in the morning before we go back and introduce ourselves. This is Misty. Misty's a skunk. Now we all know skunks. Well, Misty says, would you like to be my friends, Misty squeaks? I do not spray my friends. Goofy says, in that case, we would love to get to know you. We have never had a skunk for a friend. Missy Face asks, would you spray anything that could hurt me? I have heard and been told you are blind and rely on friends to protect you, Missy Faith. Missy Faith squeaks again. We, you, and other friends always look out for each other. Okay, now, this is our yard, and they like to play in their yard. This is kind of a replica of the trees and things in our yard. Living down in near the ocean, it's a little different. So Mom and Dad are outdoors with all of us in the yard. We watch them and rub on them for some petting and loves. Dad is looking at something by the fence. He calls Mom over to look. They start to look around the yard to be sure they are all there. Mom and Dad look unhappy and are looking around very excitedly. I wonder what's going on, yells Chocolate to Goofy and Margot. Margot looks around for Missy Faith. Well, she's probably taking her nap on the patio, Goofy chatters. I don't see her in the backyard. I will go to find her and tell her Mom and Dad have been calling her. Goofy returns to the backyard and tells Margot and Chocolate, I can't find her. Margot looks around and does not see Missy Faith anywhere. Look, says Goofy, there's a hole under the fence where Mom and Dad were looking. They have been calling and calling Missy Faith. It is not like her to not come when she's called. Chocolate tells them all that she saw the hole in the morning under the fence. Margot cries out, Missy Faith goes exploring around the fence in the morning. I think she went into the hole into the tunnel. Mom and Dad are crying and calling for Missy Faith. Oh no, she will get lost for sure because she's blind, they hear them say. We need to find her. Goofy, Chocolate, and Margot crying loudly. Let's start right away. Yes, Goofy commands. So, Margot starts her search by going up on the fences and looking into yards, and she meets Socks, one of the cats around the neighborhood, and tells Socks that Missy Faith is missing, that she's blind, and would she help them find her if they could and help her get home. Goofy starts his search around the neighborhood. He meets Leo and explains to Leo about Missy Faith being blind and would he help send her home if he finds her. And he says, absolutely. Chocolate, she's so small and she's so old that she stays by the hole and keeps calling and calling and calling for Missy Faith. So after many days, Missy Faith didn't come home, and everybody was pretty depressed about it. One day, Margot, Chocolate, and Goofy hear these noises. And he couldn't figure out where they were coming from, and he thought, okay, they're coming from the backyard. So they went to their backyard, and all of their friends that they've met were all in the backyard. They couldn't figure out how the dogs got there or whatever and how this ever happened, but they were all telling them, we want to help you find Missy Faith. We can look in many different places than you can. So let us help in the search, and if we find her, we'll see her, we'll bring her home to you. And the 3 cats were just so overwhelmed by their friends wanting to help. So Missy Faith is in the hole, in the tunnel, and she can't get out. And there's some pretty hilarious things that she tells herself about why she's stuck in that hole. It's kind of a funny thing. I don't want to read it because some of the things are, you want to read yourself, right? Hopefully you read the book. So Missy Faith finally gets out of the hole, and she comes into this place she can't see, but she can smell, and she knows it's different than where she was. So she's looking around, and she's in the forest. She falls asleep and gets sad and cries, and it's just really traumatic for her. Then you're introduced to Anima. Anima is their spirit guide. Now, I'm not going to tell you a lot about Anima or what she tells them because I want you to read the book. It's really spiritual in many ways. Anima is a real identity, and it's defined, and there's a definition of every name I have given these characters in the back and what their names mean. So Missy Faith meets a friend. This is Arthur, and Arthur's a bear. And Arthur befriends Missy Faith and helps her find food and water, and they have some fun experiences because Arthur is quite the character. So he likes to have fun and play tricks. So he has some experiences with Missy Faith. Meanwhile, the 3 other cats are making their journey to the forest because they were told by their friends that it's possible that Missy Faith could be in this forest, that they could see trees and things and mountains in the distance from their house, but they never would go there because it looked like it was just too far away. So they finally make it. They have quite a journey, quite an experience making it to the forest, and finally they see someone introduces themselves to the 4 cats, and her name is Queenie. Queenie's a bobcat. Well, they recognize Queenie for being a cat, so they feel kind of comfortable with her. And so Queenie says, well, if you're looking for Missy Faith, I think we need to go to the waterfall. Well, they don't know what a waterfall is, but whatever Queenie says must be the truth. So we'll follow you, Queenie, and they did. They blindly followed her, and they have their experiences with Queenie, and it's fun to listen to what they did. Again, I'm not going to read it. So this is Anima. Anima finally appears at one point, and it's quite a experience for all the cats. to me, Anna. She's all, Anna and I call her she's been through all the book from the first to the last. And her experiences and her voice and her guidance is very important to all 4 cats. And I dedicated this to my husband Jim, my cat Scooby, Margot, Chocolate, and Missy Faith, because without Jim's love and patience, I would not have succeeded writing this book. My fur babies are my life. What else can I say? So, hopefully, I have a few years left on this earth and enjoy my life living by the ocean, playing golf. And I gotta say that this experience and meeting you all will carry me for a really long time. This has been just amazing. And I want to thank the ReadersMagnet staff. We had some little bumps in the road, but we got over it. Right? So I want to thank you for letting me present I Am Me, Yo Soy Yo, Missy Faith Got Lost, and be your own me in whatever you do going forward. Thank you.
We're open for questions for Rhonda, and I'll start with a question coming from Catherine Lindsay, one of our online viewers. She said, your cats have lovely names, so how did you come up with them?
Well, Goofy, like I said, Goofy had this funny thing when you pet him, he lays down and kicks his chin. And so that's how Goofy got his name. Margot already had her name. When we adopted her into our family, she already had her name, Margot. We named Chocolate because she was brown. I had never seen a brown cat. I looked, that was a new experience for me. That's why she got her name, Chocolate. And Missy Faith had, when we adopted her from a man who found her, and she was blind, and she was a tortie. I had a blind cat before that who was a tortie, and her name is Honey Bear, and she was just the love of my life. So when I found out that there was another blind tortie that could be adopted, well, that was just done. So she already had the name, someone gave her a name, Blind Faith, but we just named her Missy Faith. So Missy Faith is our blind cat. All our cats are still with us. A blind animal can teach you so much about when you're going through something and you think you have trouble, so why don't you try it blind? And that's the way I kind of go to it. It's like, okay, it could be worse. I could be blind, but if she teaches me anything, it's like I can get through anything if I try real hard. Any other questions?
One more question from one of our viewers, Mia. What do you think would children learn from Missy Faith?
Oh,
Not to
there's
leave the
so
house.
much. A cat, you can learn from animals in their, how they love you unconditionally. I mean, there's nothing like that. And if you're maybe alone or you need some support of some kind, if you like animals and you can take care of one properly, I think that's a really good thing. I think they give you back more than you can ever give them. They were there during those times of COVID and times we had to be by ourselves. And if I didn't have my animals to comfort me or to comfort them and take care of, I think I probably would have lost my mind. I think they're such a comfort to me. Their love, absolute perfect love.
They see your soul. They go right to your soul.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rhonda Holtorf, a round of applause, please. Such an amazing story. I believe some of us here have pets at home. I have 3 dogs that we call princesses. I believe some of you have dogs as well, some cats. What do you guys have? Reverend Errol, do you have any pets at home? You don't? Anyone here has a pet at home? You do?
2 cats and a dog.
2 cats and a dog. And how can they live together?
Because the cat
That's
lives
a good problem.
upstairs and the dog lives downstairs.
That's how it should be. So these pets are so territorial, guys, they cannot live together. I mean, sometimes they can't. Anyway, how about you, Sarah?
I have 2 dogs and 2 cats.
You have 2 dogs and 2 cats.
Yeah.
And how do they get along?
The dog and cat was kittens, and the dog, it's like an elephant and a mouse. The dogs were terrified of the kittens. Now the cats run the house. Of course.
They rule, cats rule. Thank you so much. Once again, a round of applause for Rhonda Holtorf. ReadersMagnet, the Confab is going to take a 2-minute break before I introduce you to the next speaker. Thank you so much, everyone.
We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We support independent authors in achieving their dreams by helping them publish and promote their stories. You can be one of those independent and aspiring authors. Once you've completed your manuscript, we will work together in editing, illustration, layout design, and typesetting. We will then register your book, distribute and promote your brand and title to your community and even to the world. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world.
Okay, so they now watched it.
Oh, good.
So that was fun. It's neat.
Yeah.
For them, I hope.
We had 2 grandsons that said they were so proud.
All right, we're live in
She was
30
on
seconds.
YouTube.
We're live in 30 seconds.
Right. I mean, if you're going to
YouTube. They're saying, well, we're doing this now. Yeah, let me get through this presentation.
All right, and we are back from the very, very short break. I know you missed. Actually, I just got a message from a friend, and she knows that someone who's going to speak later, Yvonne Borstrov, her book is about dogs too. It's Dogs with Attitude meets Mr. Faith Got Lost. So I can't wait to hear that from Yvonne later on. But in the meantime, I'm going to introduce you to our next speaker, and her book title is as interesting as her story and her hair. So loud, her hair. Whatever you see on the wall is exactly who I'm going to introduce now. So our author is the author of Thanatau, I hope I said it correctly, The Blood Witch Saga. And she's going to tell us more about the story behind it. So words were Natalie's first love, and she grew up finding new ways to put words together to tell stories. Natalie dabbles in worlds of where magic exists, vampires, and shapeshifters, and share page time with gods and demons, and characters are born out of the magic words. Now, without further ado, I present you the author of Thanatau, Miss Natalie Case. A round of applause.
Hello, everybody. I am Natalie, and I am 54, even though I don't really look it, but that's partially why my hair is green. Because if it wasn't green, it would be gray. I live in Stockton, California, which is a ways to the east. And I have been putting words together ever since I knew how to make complete sentences. My mother would tell you that I have been telling stories since the first time I figured out how to say the cat has hair. I started writing, first of all, storytelling, not so much as like actually writing. I moved into writing as I got into grade school, and you started getting those assignments where you get to write, about your summer vacation, and you have to write about, some short story about whatever. And it wasn't until a little later in life that I discovered that my love of reading would translate really nicely into the fact that I could actually write those things myself. I had some very supportive English teachers who encouraged me. I started writing short stories when I was in my teens. And as a rather poor teen, I used poetry and short stories as Christmas gifts for my family. And so what I did was, throughout the year I wrote, and I collected things into collections. And I would give a different collection to everybody. They'd have a lot of the same material, but everybody got their own specific little stories, their own specific little poems. Now, mind you, as a teenager, my poetry sucked. It was the worst poetry you've ever read in your life. But it was a learning experience. I wrote my first novel when I was in 9th grade. It was handwritten on notebook paper, and it, like my poetry, sucked. It was a ripoff of every science fiction and fantasy movie and book I had ever seen, mixed up in the most ridiculous plot. It was nuts, but my friends loved it. And my sophomore year, I got my first brush with what it would be like to have fans, because I started working on a sequel. And every Friday morning at the front door of my high school, I would be met by people who were reading my work. And they would get handed 10 pages put together for them to take home for the weekend and read. And they would initial the top of the page as a way of saying, I've read this piece, so I need the next piece, so that I can keep track of it. And then we worked through all the way through both the first novel and the second novel, both of which, as I said before, sucked. However, it was a really great validation that I was onto something. So from there, I was 16 when the primary character for my very first novel that actually didn't suck was born. I was a little short on short stories. It was Christmas Eve, and I just had this image in my head of a medieval insane asylum and a woman being detained there for reasons that were not necessarily the truth. And that book, that short story became this book, Forever, which is a vampire novel. My main character is a woman who was born a vampire. Her mother was turned when she was pregnant. And it follows her throughout her life. And includes that, there's the kernel of that very first short story still exists in this novel. And that was kind of like my first brush with, I self-published originally. And then I found a publisher in what is currently Next Chapter, was originally Creativia Publishing. They just changed their name a couple of years back. Since then, I've written a trilogy that I don't have any copies of. And then I embarked on what we're going to talk about today, and that is Static House. Now, I was at a writers and readers conference specifically designed for women, LGBT, and non-binary voices in speculative fiction. So fantasy, sci-fi, urban fantasy, magical realism, horror, all of those places. I couldn't tell you what the panel was on that I was in at the time, but as I'm sitting there listening to the people speak, this popped into my head. My earliest memories are of blood, the hot, sticky taste of it on my tongue, the strange copper scent of it suffocating me. I had no context for these things. I knew that I was small, and I knew that the stain of it was on my soul. But like so much of my life before I was 10, I could only guess. Over the rest of the weekend, the entire first chapter spilled out of me at a pace that I had never known before. I was writing anytime I wasn't actively involved in something like shoving food in my face. And I wasn't really sure where it was going to go, especially because I was already like 3/4 of the way through a completely different novel that I was working on. However, this one kind of took over my life. And what I knew right from the get-go was this character, her life's memory begins at the age of 10 years old, when she is found outside the police station with no memory of her life before, with her name written on a piece of paper in a backpack, along with a little worn-out stuffed dog and a couple of changes of clothing. I knew that I wanted to include characters who were a part of the LGBTQ community as big as I am. I knew that I wanted to play with mythology and religion, and I wanted to play with language. Language is one of my big loves, big surprise, that's why I'm a writer, right? But one of the things I love to do when I'm writing, especially when I'm writing a fantasy or urban fantasy, is to root the language I'm going to play with in an actual language and then modify it. And in particular in this, I played with Greek in this first book. I developed rules for how I would change the Greek words so that there was a consistency there. But all of the spell work, all of the magic that happens is done in this quasi-Greek. I knew I wanted to play with some interesting characters, and I'm going to introduce you to one of them now. Her name is Mary, and she's one of those relatives that Thana doesn't know, Thana being our main character. She's a great aunt that Thana has never met because she was part of her life before that 10 years of age when her memory got taken away from her. So at this point in the book, Thana's been transferred to out of El Paso, Texas, into a place here in San Francisco, and she's about halfway there. She's in Los Angeles. I planned on ordering pizza and getting a good night's sleep so I could head out fresh in the morning. It was 6.5 hours to the corporate housing place, and I wanted to get there with enough time to check in with my new boss. 2 bites in, there was a knock on my door. I muted the TV, which I had set to a news station, and went to the door. I looked through the peephole, squinting at the old woman on the other side. "Girl, stop eyeballing me and open this door," the woman demanded, making me step back. "I don't know you," I responded, frowning at the door. "Of course you don't, but I aim to fix that. Now open this door." I would probably never understand the impulse at that moment to do as she said, but I unlocked the door and opened it. There, in the hotel hallway, was the most unlikely woman I had ever seen. She was old, in her 80s or 90s maybe. I'm a terrible judge of age. Her hair was an array of white with blue, purple, red, and yellow braids that were arranged in a mess of swoops and loops spilling out from under a precariously perched green top hat with yellow tulle exploding out one side. The wrinkles around her eyes seemed to make them sharp somehow. Her nose showed signs that it had been broken at some point in her life. Her emerald green dress was like something from a Victorian painting, and yet didn't seem out of place in the least. She tut-tutted at me and waved her intricately carved cane in my direction before bustling herself over the threshold and into my room. Now, Mary's a minor character in this book, but she recurs through the next two books as well, so just kind of wanted to give you a little idea of her eccentricities. So Fanny has been transferred. She's a middle manager at a manufacturing company that makes gadgets, and I don't really go into a lot of detail about that. She's based a lot on me. I used to work for Boeing in El Paso, Texas, and although we didn't do gadgets, we did hardcore military hardware. She mostly does things along the lines of calculators and cell phones. But she's transferred, and then in the course of her time with Mary, she discovers that her childhood home is in the Bay Area. The childhood home she doesn't remember. And that there's a spell inside this box that she's been given that will help unspool her memory from how it's been hidden from her by her mother. So she travels to Walnut Creek. Again, I happened to be living in Walnut Creek when I was writing this, so there's a little bit autobiographical context there. And she finds her childhood home where she starts to remember things about those years between being very young and 10 years old. As she's exploring it, she is trying to come to terms with this idea that magic is real. Because all her life she's been of the opinion that magic is nonsense, and there's no such thing as, oh, I don't know, witches, or cars that disappear, or any of the things that have been happening to her along the way here. And she gets to the house and she starts exploring, and she starts to have more memories as the familiar surroundings help bring that stuff out. And she's about to meet the person who will be with her through the rest of the book. Rather than giving a preface, I'm just going to give it to you. Let's see. My eyes slowly adjusted to the lack of light as my hand skimmed over the door in search of a door handle. I eventually found it, and I felt over it trying to turn the knob. I wasn't surprised to find it locked. My fingers felt down under the knob to find the keyhole. It was larger than a standard lock, and it reminded me of the big key on the ring I found in the moving trunk. I fished the keys from my pocket and fumbled my way to the lock with the key. The door opened outward, and I expected to find myself on a balcony or something overlooking the backyard, possibly on top of the greenhouse porch. The space beyond that door was darker than it should be if it were a balcony. After all, it was still daylight outside. I noticed too that off in the distance I could see the sign of the sun rising, which made no sense at all. Oh, Mom, hello. To say I jumped backward would be an understatement. Tripping over the door jamb and falling on my ass with a thud and a sudden exhalation of breath. I'm so sorry, the voice said, making me look up. Through the door I could see, well, I don't know what I was seeing. It couldn't be real though. That much I was sure of. Because 7-foot-tall men with horns and black skin, dressed in leather and boots, just were not a thing that was real. And let me be clear, when I say horns, I mean horns. Thick black horns, rising up from his ample head of black hair somewhere above where I expected his ears were, and curling back around and down toward his face. I crab walked back further as he reached out a hand to help me. he smiled and stepped through the door. To my shock, as he did so, he transformed. The horns melted away, and his skin took on a rich mocha color. Only his eyes remained the same, a startling amber shade that I could not take my eyes away from. I didn't mean to startle you. I wasn't expecting anyone at the door today. This is Cambius. Cambius is a transgender incubus, meaning he was born a succubus, and he is now an incubus. Like I said before, I wanted to make sure I included positive representations of the LGBTQ community. As I am a part of the community, I have a transgender family. And one of the things I found missing in the fantasy I've been reading over the last couple of years has been that representation. Now, Cambius becomes Thana's guide to this new world that's on the other side of this door, this homeland that is her mother's. And there's a group called the Brotherhood who is trying to eradicate blood witches, which Thana has just discovered herself to be. And they're chasing after her. And Cambius is going to be her guide into escaping them and trying to find a way to overcome their influence in her life and put an end to their persecution of blood witches in general. And over the course of that, they go looking for Thana's mother, who's been missing for years. There's a whole lot of shenanigans and hijinks. Oops. Watch me break all the things. Like I said, hijinks and shenanigans that include meeting some mythological characters. We've got phoenixes who are humanoid, but have a beak and talons and the whole 9 yards. Dragons who are also humanoid but shapeshift into dragon form. And we have manticores. We get to play with some Greek mythology and make it change because the history of this world is that it's older than our own. And they populated our world with people who were born without magic. And for a while, when anybody was born a blood witch, because they became banned, basically, as people grew afraid of them. So let me explain to you about a blood witch. A blood witch is someone who can eat disease and then shed it through their menses, through their period. So there are male blood witches as well, but they obviously don't have that capacity, so they have to use their magic in a different way. But they also have the capacity of sucking in human existence. You're basically your life energy. And the way the Brotherhood developed over time was out of a religious order that a founder lost his mother because the blood witch was called in to heal her when it was too late. And all she could do was ease the woman into the next life because it was the humane thing to do. So he developed this hatred of blood witches and developed this whole mythology around them that was false. And so now he has this entire group of men and boys who follow this and seek to eradicate all of the blood witches of the world. As a result, there's very few left. That's where the name of the book comes from. Thanatau basically means blood killer. Famous name actually comes from the same root being that's to deal with blood. So that's basically the plot. There's more found family. There's more, like I said, shenanigans and upheaval. We get to meet manticores. We get to meet, if you don't know what manticore is, they're humongous fun to play with. They're basically lions with human faces and scorpion tails and wings. They're kind of terrifying, if you ask me. And the Brotherhood uses them with guardians to guard their main strongholds. So yeah, that whole idea of playing with mythology of here's what we know of as, in this particular case, Greek mythology, but it has grown from when they brought it over from this other world, right? So that they're not the same. So what Thana thinks she knows isn't necessarily the real deal on the other side. So yeah, I love to play with language. You'll find a lot of Greek stuff in here. In the second book, which is called Northern, I play with German a lot. And in the third book, which I do not currently have copies of, it's called Helig, and I play with Old and Middle English, which I found to be the most fun to play with. You will find in the second book, we travel to another world where Thane and his sister is living, a world embroiled in war. And in the third book, they find themselves in a world that is essentially Victorian London, except it's been gender swapped. So all the women are all in charge. The men wear the dresses and the long hair and do the cooking and the cleaning. And I toss in, because I can't have just one genre going on in my head, there's also a Jack the Ripper style killer, the whole idea of the way that century's religion would deal with witchcrafts and that type of thing. So I love the idea of being able to play with all of these different cultures and all of these different the myths and the language and all of those things. We'll also meet in the second book. We meet Thane's sister Daria. We meet who will become her life partner Zen, who is from a race that is non-gendered. We play with, there's war in the second book. Like I said, there's Jack the Ripper in the third book. I just really been enjoying exploring all of those things. I do have a fourth book in the works that'll be kind of a standalone addition to this trilogy that does not currently have a title. It's only about a third of the way written. But we're going to be playing with the idea of the dawn of magic, where the magic in these worlds actually spawns from. So there's going to be playing with the idea of larger divinity, deity without religion, that kind of thing, and how that will change our main character, who grew up without faith altogether and has been slowly learning faith over the course of these 3 books. So yeah, so there's that. I'm going to also toss out here real quick. There's this book. This is my poetry book. It's more for adult audiences, just so you're aware. Yes?
I have a friend that writes similar type fantasy, and one of the questions I always ask him is, how do you avoid stereotypes? Because a lot of times these characters really seem to be stereotypes.
That is true. There's a lot of stereotype in fantasy and in sci-fi both. I challenge it by being very conscious of it. And so if I'm going to write someone who's stereotypical, I'm going to do it with a purpose for that reason. But I'm also going to find a way to break them out of that stereotype at some point along the way. One of the things I love playing with these characters for exactly that is, although Thane is a lot me, probably more me than Amara ever was, and I always thought Amara was really me. Thane is a whole lot more me. And I'm not stereotypical of anything, so that helped there. She's got a lot of my sense of humor. A lot of the biographical details are the same. I lived in El Paso. I worked for a manufacturing company. We even visit the same bar we used to go to. It that actually still exists. I had to look them up online, and they're still there.
I've probably been there. I work with White Sands quite a bit.
Oh, did you? Yeah, I worked for Boeing in El Paso. So yeah, we went to the Iron Horse, so we went a lot after work. But at any rate, so yeah, that's one of the ways. And then the other ways, like I said, because I'm liking to play with people who are out of the norm, right? I'm writing agender characters. I'm writing transgender characters. I'm trying to purposely reach beyond that stereotype. And like I said, if I'm going to include stereotypical aspects, I do it with purpose. So, good question. Anyone else?
Where are these worlds? Because you said the one world populated this world with people that have no magic.
Right.
So where is this world?
So the way I picture it, so actually Dana actually asks that question in one of the books. I consider them parallel universes. So there's portals that get you between them from one to the other. Dana asks if that means they're another planet. And we don't ever clarify yes it is or no it isn't. But considering that on at least one of those worlds, there's more than 2 suns, then I'm gonna assume that's another planet. But yeah, I kind of look at them as parallel or similar to, like, I don't know if you're familiar with Stargate, the show Stargate, kind of like that. We're gonna walk through this portal and we're gonna be on a different planet altogether.
You know, I'm a little confused. I heard you say, you talk about fantasy, and then you talk about, is like something, is anything that influence you is come from real, or all of it is just fantasy?
Well, we definitely start out in the real world. We start out here in the United States. In this case, in El Paso, Texas. And then the fantasy comes in the part where we start traveling to a different world altogether. For me, the best fantasy is based in reality. We start with real things and make them believable so that you can then suspend the disbelief and accept the fantasy part.
Do you do a lot of research on your monsters and?
Yes, I have a treasure trove of bookmarks for mythological creatures, for ethnic names, because I'm always wanting to be very careful when I name a character that their name suits not just their personality, but the ethnicity that I'm telling you they're from. So I do a lot of that research. I was a big student of mythology growing up, so I kind of already knew going in which characters which creatures I wanted to play with. And then the fun part is, once you've done all that research, it's making them your own, right? And so I spent a lot of time playing, even though most of the creatures are minor characters, I did a lot of time playing, sketching out who they were as a person.
Do you ever go anywhere with Lemuria or Atlantis in the ancients?
I have not yet. I have an idea floating around in the back of my head for an Atlantis-based novel. It just has never been really fleshed out. So, and I currently have like 3 novels sitting on my hard drive, not done. So, yeah, the one being the 4th one of those. The other one being the one I was writing when I veered off to write Planet Cow. And then I actually have a horror story that I've been working on off and on since I was a teenager.
And so you have a fan base?
I do have a bit of a fan base. It's growing slowly and surely. One of them is right here.
I asked the right question.
Yeah. So it's growing. It's not huge yet, but I'm starting to get royalties fairly regularly, so that's a pretty nifty thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I got a whole $100 left.
That's a big order.
Yeah.
So
I've received $2.50 once.
I will say that my publisher's been really great. They do a lot of the publicity and stuff for us, and then I try to supplement when and where I can. With, I'm fairly active on Twitter and social media. I've not been quite so active on my blog of late. I need to get on that. But yeah, I tend to try to reach out as much as I can. I'm also one who travels with my books and sign them and just leave them randomly places. So we never know how that's going to shake out in the long run, right? Leave them in hotel rooms, leave them on airplanes, all over the place.
That's an interesting thing.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
NASA, do you believe in these worlds, like the worlds you're talking about personally?
I don't disbelieve. How's that?
Whoa.
Right, yeah.
What was the question?
I mean, I have a really good imagination, and I would like to believe that that kind of magic exists. I don't necessarily see evidence of it, but that doesn't mean that it isn't out there.
Several times I noticed you talk in the plural.
Mm-hmm.
So are you referring to a group of your supporters or that help you write your book, or?
I have a small group of folks who do beta reading for me, and those I employ right after the first draft. And they're my original sanity check. Does this story like even make any sense at all? Or have I gone completely off the reservation? And then I have an even smaller group of folks I call editors at large. And they're friends of mine who we trade off editing duties. So that neither one of us has to pay, none of us have to pay a huge amount of money for editing. We're all professional writers, professional editors, and so we take turns editing for each other. And they're my, yes, you're ready to submit, or no, you're not ready to submit.
I love fiction, very fascinating. What's the story? What deep down as a writer causes you to go so deep into imagination?
In particular for this, it was about a combination of lost family and found family and finding the lost family. So it's a lot about that. It's about finding your people, whether they're blood relation or not. The rest of it, literally that's the chunk. The rest of it is all window dressing. The magic, the creatures, all of that is all window dressing to that idea of finding your people.
You mentioned you were with Boeing.
Yes.
Are you still with Boeing, or are you retired?
No, I'm currently with a company called Quantcast, which is based here in San Francisco, and they are an advertising tech group. I'm a technical writer in my day job. Back when I was with Boeing, I was in data analysis.
Okay.
I'm from Stockton.
Ah, nice.
I just thought you'd like to know that.
Yeah, I've only been out there about a year, but that's currently where I'm home.
We have a question from one of our online viewers.
Yes.
His name is Wendell. He's asking, how do you continue writing without losing or mixing up the characteristics of your characters?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm a big fan of character study sheets. As I set out to write characters, I spend a good amount of time building their backstory, and I have extensive files on every single one of them on my hard drive that says, this is who this person was, this is where she came from, this is where she's going. She likes, for instance, with Thana, she likes Maroon 5 and Coldplay. She likes Pinot Noir and whiskey. Gee, I wonder why, maybe because I do too. With Cambius, he likes Baroque music. He's not a coffee drinker. So I'm a big fan of, you get all of those details down early before you actually start writing the scenes. And that helps you to make them real people.
Have you had any Hollywood people want to do screenplays for you, or?
I've had a couple interested in books. I kind of brushed along with some Hollywood folks simply because I befriend a lot of musicians who befriend a lot of actors and whatnot. No one has yet approached with, hey, let's sit down and make this happen. But I know that fairly good number of Hollywood actors have at least read my books. So, in particular, as I mentioned earlier, Stargate, Richard Dean Anderson, and Amanda Tapping have both read Forever.
One more question from one of our viewers, Donald Rosenbaum. How do you create the appearance of your characters? Do you have inspirations?
Sometimes what I know is I want that actor to play that person in the movie, and go from there. Other times, with Thana, for example, I knew that her heritage was of Greek and Irish descent. And so I worked at creating her appearance to be based on those ideas. I knew her mother had black hair and her father had red hair. Her hair is black and curly. She's got the classic Greek nose, but she's got her father's green eyes. Campus was a little harder because we don't know what a succubus looks like, right? And so what I knew was I wanted him to be kind of demon-esque on the other side, but when he walks through the glamour, he becomes human-looking. So I kind of just imagined on what I would think that would look like. What would startle me if I opened a door in the back of my closet and suddenly found a 7-foot tall person standing there? And that's kind of how I approached that. So, yeah.
Any other questions for Natalie?
I do have a couple of copies of books on me. If anybody would like to claim one, I'd be happy to hand them out. Just because, well, getting my more hands on my books is always a good thing. But yeah, thank you guys very much for your attention. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Such a really interesting story, right? Yeah, so the imagery is so clear that you really want to read the book, and then you can take from there, take off from there, right? You can travel. Who among you here loves to, reading fiction stories? You're a fan of that. You're here. What's your name, Natalie?
You're saying that you don't want to live on her. Yes, she's a former boss.
Hi, thank you so much.
You asked about where she is an amazing technical writer in addition to how she authors, and to your point, the visual.
The visuals, yeah. Yes. So hopefully this is going to be like a movie very soon. No. All right. Without further ado, without taking a break, I'm going to be introducing you to our next speaker. He's going to be our guest speaker for today. We were together last weekend at the University of Southern California during the Los Angeles Times Festival of Books. And we had an amazing time. Like, he made some friends. He was able to communicate and exchange some cards. And I'm here. We are actually very happy to have this opportunity to also listen to him because of his journey. And interestingly, it's like what he said last time, he didn't appear as good as he is now before. So to tell us more about his story, I'll be introducing you to our next speaker. By the way, we have a few more authors left before we conclude day 3, the last day of the Reader's Magnet with Confab. The one that I'll be introducing to you now, we have Pastor Phil Valdez, who's so passionate. He was our closing remark last weekend, and he was so good. So I can't wait for him to arrive so we can hear more from him. And then we'll end it with Dean McFall's, also a very interesting story. It's about I'm not sure if it's really exactly like a Christmas story, but I believe this is for children and family. It's a family book. And we'll close from there. And then we'll be listening to a lot of video presentations from the rest of our authors, and that will be the conclusion of the Reader's Magnet with Confab. Are you guys doing okay so far?
Yes.
Good. All right, without further ado, our next speaker, after losing 140 pounds, earned his MBA, owned his first home at the age of 25, and achieved a plethora of other goals. He knew what it takes to set and achieve goals. Dream big, be strategic with hard work, and the results we desire will come. And that's his motto. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you to our guest speaker for today, the author of the book Limitless, Mr. Derek Grissom. Around the applause.
All right, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you again to ReadersMagnet for this opportunity. I think that so many of us are able to come here and really share our stories. Is this better? The fact that so many of us can come and share our stories is amazing. Especially, I tell people all the time, I still don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure it out as a new author, self-described author. So thank you for the opportunity. I was in Los Angeles last week and back in San Francisco this week. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, so I've never been to California twice. This is amazing. So thank you. Yes, so Limitless is my story. It's basically, I was 350 pounds. This is the old me. I tell people all the time, look, he's not coming back. And I was able to lose 150 pounds because things were getting kind of tough. I mean, I'm 43, but when I was around 41, 42, I thought that I would not live to see 45 because things were getting bad. My blood pressure was on average 156 over 95. That's my average. My knees were really getting bad. It was very uncomfortable to sleep at night. And then I was having gout attacks. I didn't even realize, I didn't know what gout was until I started having them. And then they were starting to happen more frequently just due to my poor eating habits. Keep in mind, in my day job, I'm a professional, I'm a general manager, work hard, very, very busy schedule, and dieting and eating right just wasn't really it. Because it was work, eat, and go home and sleep, and do it over again. And it started to catch up with me. To that point, it was time to make some drastic changes. And when you read the book, you kind of see some of the things I did to really make those changes and have that transformation that took place. In addition, there are some other things. It's not just about weight loss. The book is called Limitless because at the end of the day, your potential, I believe, is limitless. I'm also a high school dropout. I went from GED to MBA. I'm one of those people. Thank you. I was 17 years old in a 9th grade homeroom, and I told my mom if she does not withdraw me from school, I'll be 22 before I leave. And she agreed after talking to her over and over again. So it took about 6 months after getting out of high school before I received the GED, before I earned the GED. But the fact of the matter is, I earned it. I earned it because I knew the importance of education. Well, it didn't take long. I mean, the type of jobs, I was 18, it was time to go, and I couldn't take care of myself. So it wasn't too hard to understand that I needed more education. Spent all of my 20s in school. And the interesting thing about this, and I put it in the book, and there's another reason why I named it Limitless. The interesting thing is I was so behind in my courses that when I started to work on my associate's degree, I spent the first 2-3 years in remedial courses because I had not taken algebra. I didn't realize this. I passed the GED test, but I didn't take a lot of the classes that were needed in order to earn an associate's degree, never mind the bachelor's and the MBA. Long story short, I took the time out and did that, spent the time through the 20s. And what do I say about that? There is really, when I wrote this book, and I'll talk a little bit more about the depth of it in a minute. But when I wrote the book, I wrote it based on experiences of my life where I overcame the struggles and all of the pitfalls and all of the obstacles. We all can do that. I think everyone in here, whether you are an author or not, can think back in your life, think about a time when you didn't feel like you were worthy of a moment and you overcame the obstacle. I think all of us can do that. That is where the whole Limitless came from. And then lastly, so I talk about weight loss, I talk about the GED, the MBA, and some other things as well. But then I talk about identity crisis. I went through a serious challenge with identity crisis. I too am a part of the LGBT community, and I understand what it was like. I talk about that in the book from 11 to 12 years old, identifying and feeling different and not knowing why. And then as I got older, really having a challenge and going through loneliness and depression. I mean, it was really bad. But through all of that, there were still strides being made because I didn't have time to wallow in it. I had to deal with what I didn't understand and still make things happen. So the book is limitless because I truly believe that all of us have limitless potential. I'm just going to read a few. I wrote the book in a very interesting way. It's my story, but I talk to the reader. And I also have throughout the book what you call positive thoughts. So, you may read a section of the book and then I'm going to read a couple of the positive thoughts because what I wanted to do is make sure, even if you read the book and you forgot about a particular part of the book, you can pick up this book, go to any of the positive thoughts, and it should speak to you, regardless of if you remember what it was talking about beforehand or not. So I wrote it that way, and I want to read a couple. So here's a positive thought. Now I just chose this randomly. Please don't ask me what's behind the story of this. I just know it's a positive thought. You know the book. Here's one. We can't control the curveballs life throws our way. Be assured, everyone has them coming right at their head a few times in life. However, we absolutely are in the driver's seat of our goal-setting and ambitions. You must be intentional in planning your next step through life. Don't worry, you won't have all the answers in the initial stages. As you just read, I was only 25 years old and had no clue about home ownership. I just had a vision of wanting my own home, and as God would have it, things started moving in place once I started walking in the unfamiliar territory. Often, that's how life works, but it's up to you to dream it, then do the work, even with risk involved. Remember, your potential is limitless. Well, I do remember this part. I owned home at 25 the first time. And this was while I was going through getting my associate's degree. This was while I was dealing with obesity. This was while I was dealing with depression and identity crisis, somehow not knowing what in the world I was doing, just like I did this book. I was able to become a homeowner. But I wanted that to emphasize that because that's an example of doing what you want to do, even when you don't have all the answers. I'll read just one more and I'll be pretty much done. Another positive thought. This journey that we call life is full of twists and turns, and we often don't know when the next twist is coming. We are also not always sure of how to handle the fallout when these unexpected situations occur. From sudden unemployment to stressful employment to willful unemployment, I was faced with circumstances that had to be dealt with head on. Sometimes we just have to learn, lean on our faith, and know that things will work out even when we don't have the answers. That is exactly my testimony throughout this entire chapter. I knew that I was in God's hands, regardless of the issue. Even in the midst of chaos, our potential is still limitless, and I'll add, God will direct our paths when we are not sure how to direct ourselves. Remember, your potential is always limitless. Again, just a positive affirmation of what you can do regardless of the situation you're in. So hopefully, limitless. I've had some success. Again, self-published on March 10th, started writing in September of last year. I've sold about 300 copies so far. I'm trying to get into Barnes & Noble, so I sent the email out there for that. Most of them have been on Amazon. Well, Amazon about 125 copies and about 175 I've sold myself. But then I have a background in sales, so let me just tell you that. I'm a sales executive, so don't look at me weird. That's how I know how to do that. But I've heard a lot of people, Natalie, you really just inspired me with your story. I also brought some extra books I would love to give away as well. We're all authors or readers, so I think I have about like 10. I would definitely give them to whomever wants it after this. But again, thank you, ReadersMagnet. This is an awesome opportunity. I never would have thought that I would be traveling to talk about a book that I didn't even know how to write, and God just kind of directed the path. Yeah. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Derek Kristen. Such an inspiring story. Again, Limitless is available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. And thank you so much for being here, sir. If you have questions, just like what he said, he'll be available after our show today, and he'll be giving away copies to all of us. Now, something that I look forward to personally, because he was our closing remark last time at the University of Southern California, and this would be a great opportunity for him as well to speak not only to the ones who are here in the event, but also to those watching us right now on our channels. ReadersMagnet is still live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, and we are being watched right now. And please shoot your questions so we can ask them, and I'll course it through our speaking authors. Our next speaker is the founding senior pastor of Passion Life Church, a dynamic and vibrant church in Murrieta, California. And with over 25 years of ministry experience, Phil has a desire to help people discover their God-given purpose and release their full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about the book, The Power of Thank You, Phil Valdez. Around the applause.
We'll move this around just a little bit if that's okay. How's everybody doing today? Whoop, is this on? I'll try it again. How's everybody doing today? It's doing good. Good. Have you enjoyed San Francisco, anybody? Have you had a chance to see it at all? Yeah? No, not really? All right. Well, we did. and we had a great time, and got to visit Alcatraz. It was amazing. I want to tell you something. It's the best motivator for your kids to behave. Let me just tell you this. My wife is here. My son is here. We took a trip to Alcatraz. It was amazing. And we were walking through the cells, and he said, Dad, what did this guy do? I was like, this guy, you know what? He didn't make good grades. That's what he did. And what did this guy do? He's like, well, he didn't obey his parents. And so, great motivator. No, my son is a great kid. He does great in school. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm from Marietta, California. And I want to thank, before I just leave, I want to thank James, Dodge, and all the Readers Magnet team. Can we give them a good round of applause? And yeah, it's good. I'm happy my wife's here. And today I thought it'd just be good, since we're kind of ending this out, that we end with a smile. You know, I did a lot of research for my book, and one of the things that I found that people who smile, and you may smile a lot more after you hear this, because they said people who smile, was actually a British researcher who found that when you, like my friend here, talking about losing weight, they said that if you smile, you can actually lose weight by a smile. Let's try that. Just maybe lose a calorie in here today for a moment. But here's what was interesting. My wife really liked this one. It says British researchers found that one smile can generate the same level of brain stimulation as 2,000 bars of chocolate. So yeah, that's a lot of stimulation. So my wife is like, I'm going to smile and eat the chocolate at the same time. So so glad that you're here. My book is The Power of Thank You, the key to finding joy again. Can I ask you a question? How many of us could use a little more joy in our life? I don't know. Some of you didn't raise your hand. I'm a little concerned today. But, so I'm going to tell a little bit of my story and some research. I'm a pastor, so obviously I'm going to read from the greatest book that's ever been written, right? The Bible. But I thought it was interesting as I started my research on gratitude, and now I'm just obsessed with saying thank you so many times, because there's so much power in it. I think that we don't really recognize that. But a guy by the name of James Frost said this: a grateful heart is the beginning of greatness. It is an expression of humility. Would you say that with me? Would you say humility? Humility, because it's the foundational development for such virtues as prayer, faith, courage, contentment, happiness, love, and the well-being. And in the last few years, as I've studied gratitude, one of the things that I've realized, one of the basic foundations of gratitude is humility. Is having a humility, because naturally what gratitude will do is it will actually connect you to something outside of yourself. Right? That's why it's called the power of thank you, not the power of would you thank me. That's not what it's about, right? Gratitude by nature is outside of self. It will connect you to something greater than yourself. You know, when I was thinking about this and I studied this, I no longer say I'm a self-made man. I hear people talk about that all the time. I'm a self-made person. And I would ask that question. I would ask this question: if you're self-made, let me ask you one question. So what did you do? How did you, or what did you do? How did you have anything to do with your own birth to be here on this planet today? What did you do to have your parents come together to have you to be born today? Did you give yourself life today? Were you able to do that? Were you able to give yourself life today? Now, I think the answer is no, right? Actually, gratitude would say, I'm thankful for my parents who came together. And I talk a lot about my story. Never met my real dad. Never seen his face. My mom says that he's very handsome. I don't know, and I look like him. That's what my mom said. And she's watching today. But I never met him, but I'm thankful for him, because without him, I would not be able to be alive today and be in front of you. But I think that when you think about gratitude, you know, Mother's Day is coming up, and it really connects you outside of yourself, because in Mother's Day, right, I wouldn't buy myself a card on Mother's Day and just say, oh, I'm so thankful, or I wouldn't say, hey, thank me for being alive. I wouldn't say that, right? I buy a Mother's Day card because I'm humble enough to recognize the sacrifice that my mother made to be able to bring me into this world. And so there's an element of humility, right? When you watch an award show, you never see a celebrity. Even celebrities will get up, right? And you never have them get up and they just said, hey, you know what? I just want to thank myself, right? I want to thank myself for getting out of bed this morning. I worked really hard on this, and I just want to thank me. No, it's thank you, right? So they'll get up, and what they'll say? They'll say, I want to thank Director Christopher Nolan for writing the script. I want to thank all the costume designers for making me look thin in the Batman costume, right? And they thank everybody. Why? Because there's that element of humility that without something greater than myself, I am who I am. And I'm going to submit to you today that there's something greater than just even other people. It's actually that there's a presence of God. And we are created from him, and we are created for him. And remember what James Foss says. He says it's the foundation for the development of other virtues. So I would ask this question: what causes gratitude? What causes gratitude? I want to read to you from a guy named Paul in the New Testament. Paul himself is a self-declared chief of sinners. That's what he says. I'm the chief of all sinners. And it's funny how God works, because God uses the chief of all sinners, a guy who murdered people, to actually write about grace. And so this is what he says: for all things, in 2 Corinthians 4:15 says, for all things are for your sake, that the grace which is spreading to more and more people may cause the giving of thanks. So what Paul does, this guy who's the chief of sinners, here's what he says causes thanksgiving. He says it's a word called grace. Would you say that with me? Would you say grace? Grace. I don't know about you, but I need grace in my life. I don't know if you've ever, I won't ask you to raise your hands if you've ever called your company or if somebody you owed money to say, when is the grace period? I don't know if you ever used that, but you don't have to say anything today. But I think we all could need and use a little more grace. You know, as I research gratitude, one of the things that I like to do is the New Testament is actually written in the Greek language. And the Greek is much more extensive than you and I would talk about or say things. And so I looked up that word grace. I thought it was an interesting word. And in the Greek, it means charis. And some people would even name their daughter that, charis, or grace. And I thought it has such an interesting meaning, because grace actually means this. It means God's undeserved, unearned favor that he gives into our lives. This is what grace simply means. It's a simple benefit that God gives to humanity. Whether we deserve it or not, which you actually can't deserve grace, but here's the reality: he gives it to humanity. It's a benefit that he gives to humanity. And here's the proper response to grace, is to admit that you need it. Right? That's where humility comes in. So I need a little grace. You know, I know all of you are amazing, right? And you do all that you do, but there's times in our lives where we need grace in our lives. And so I love what Paul says, is that he says grace is this acceptance. This is the Greek word charis, a kindness, a desired benefit, thankfulness, and gratitude. So here's what I found in my research of gratitude and grace. That grace is a gift from God. But then what I did is I started to research gratitude in the New Testament, and I found out that Jesus actually was grateful. He was an incredible example. And then Jesus did some things that I never saw anybody else do. Jesus started to say thank you before he saw the desired results and desired miracles. And I thought that was interesting to me. You know, there was a story about Jesus, and he was going to feed about 5,000 head of households. The Bible tells us it's 500 head of households. So that means there's probably about 15,000 people there if you counted men, if you counted women and their children. 15,000 people, and then there was no food, and Jesus wanted to feed them. So he looks at his disciples and says, hey, we need to feed them. And all they could find was 5 loaves and 2 fishes. And they give it to Jesus. So obviously 5 loaves and 2 fishes are not going to feed 15,000 people. But Jesus did something interesting that I learned from and I gleaned from. Here's what he did, is he took those 5 loaves and 2 fishes and he began to pray. And he looked up at his Father and he said this. He said, I want to thank you for this. And I thought, well, I wonder what that Greek word is, thank you. Well, in the Greek, thanksgiving is eucharisto. So the word charis is actually the root word of thanksgiving. And so what Jesus was doing when he said thanks, he was actually saying grace. You and I, during November, I don't know if you pray before you eat your turkey or whatever you eat, but somebody will always say this, who's going to say grace? Or somebody will say this, who's going to give thanks, right? Because we even use those words interchangeably. But I thought what was interesting is, why is Jesus saying thanks? What he has inside of his hands isn't going to feed everybody. But here's what he did. He didn't have anything in his hand. But when someone gave him 5 loaves and 2 fishes, he saw it as grace. And so he said, grace. I want to thank you for that. It's interesting because the Bible tells us that grace is a multiplier. Peter talked about grace being multiplied unto you. It has a multiplying effect. I want to tell you how I came upon all this. As a pastor, we moved from El Paso, Texas. I was a youth pastor there for, probably like 20 years. And if I couldn't make the kids laugh, I couldn't keep their attention. And so I got to make you laugh a little bit because the title of my book is The Key to Finding Joy Again. So if I came up here and said, you want to talk about joy again? You guys want to be happy? All right, I want to be happy. I wouldn't do that. But the reality of it is, that's good, sir. Thanks for I got one laugh out of that. Thank you, sir. That's for you. That's good. That made my day. I'll give you a little. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. All right, I'll give you a free book for that. You started a trend there. But if I couldn't make the kids laugh, then I couldn't really talk with them and minister to them. So I had to learn an angle. And so I was a youth ministry for about 20 years, and then we moved to Marietta, California, about 45 minutes north of San Diego. And so starting a church, we started a church from scratch. And starting a church is not easy. It's not like we're selling Avon or something, or like, Tupperware. It's like people, when you start a church, like, I don't know about this. And so we started, we planted, and God was good. But what happened is in our first year, we had more bills than we had donations, if you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if you've ever been there. You got more bills than you have income coming in. And so it was really, really tough. And I'll just break this down real quick. We had a guy in our first couple of services who was a millionaire. And he was sitting in the front row, and he was coming, and he really liked the services. And then he came up to us. He said, hey, look, I want to start donating to the church. He's like, I'm going to give you guys $1,000 a week to do whatever you need to hire staff. And I was like, yes, thank you, Jesus, right? And so anyway, it was really exciting for 2 months. And then after 2 months, he committed to us for a year. But after 2 months, we didn't see him anymore. And there was no dinero. That's money in Spanish. There was nothing. Yeah, I'm bilingual. So, we call that speaking in tongues. But anyway, we couldn't find him. And I felt like the Lord spoke to me. He said, Phil, this person is not your provider. I'm your provider. You need to look to me. And so I got a report of how much money had come in, and it was not what was going to meet the bills. And I got frustrated. I don't know if you got frustrated. But I felt like the Lord told me, he said, Phil, why don't you be grateful for what has come in instead of always focusing on what you don't have? And that just triggered that story of the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes. And I said, you're right, Lord. I'm always focusing on what I've lost, what I don't have, and I've become ungrateful. One of the things that I've learned about grace is not only grace, charis in the New Testament, and thanksgiving is the word eucharisto, but the word joy in Greek is chara. So grace is actually the root word of thanksgiving and joy. This is why grateful people are always joyful people. People who are ungrateful are not joyful. But let me just say this. If you want to really look at your life and trace the grace of God, I would ask you this simple question. What are you grateful for? What are you grateful for?
You want an answer?
Sure. But you don't get a free book for that one. But yes, life, absolutely. I'm grateful today that I didn't wake up in Alcatraz. Come on, somebody. I didn't wake up in a hospital today, right? So many people, you have to look to be intentional about gratitude, especially if there's things in your life that you're lacking. So many people are sick, and you're watching today, you're sick, and you're fighting for health. But can I ask you a question? Well, are you grateful for the health that you do have? If I wake up one day and my left leg isn't working too good, because how many know as you get a little older, things start to just kind of go where they want to go, and so you wake up and your left leg's not working. But what I've learned is that I wake up and I thank God that my right leg's working. Right? Come on, somebody, right? You got to give thanks. You have to say thank you. I can see today. I can get up today. There's fresh air today because I don't live in San Francisco. There's fresh air, right? I live in Marietta and it's beautiful. Thank God somebody loves me. Come on. Even if you have a dog that loves you, somebody loves you. There's always something to give thanks for. And so what I started to do is I started to get the donations and I started to say grace over them. And I started to realize, here's what grace does. And God was actually working in my life, but because it wasn't the big victory, because it wasn't the big spectacular fireworks, oftentimes we become ungrateful because God will do little things first. And see, if you will give thanks in the little things, here's what happens. You will start to recognize God's actually really working in your life. And a lot of times it's the little things that lead to the big things. And so I begin to just say, thank you. Are you learning something today? I don't know if you're
Good.
I'm going to buy a book. Okay, so and so I just begin to give thanks. And you know what? God began to move. And I actually had to apologize to the Lord because I said, you know what, God? I want to reach more people, but I haven't been grateful for the people that are sitting right next to me. And so many people I talked to in 30 years of ministry, I talked to single people, and they're like, I'm single, I'm ready to mingle. I'm like, that's great, but nothing's happening in that area. And I'll ask them, but are you grateful for the friends that you do have? How are you treating the people in your life that are in there right now? Because oftentimes we want more, and we're not even grateful for what we have. Ooh, it got real quiet in there.
Yeah, we take that for granted.
We take it for granted. And then you know what happens, which I think is a big thing. We somehow think that God's not working in our life. And what I've learned is that what grace does, and only grace can do it, grace does things for you that you cannot do for yourself. And every time I walk into a place and someone opens the door for me, you know what? I didn't have to do that for myself. That was God's grace. Sometimes people would do something so small to me or make a comment, and I'm so grateful for that. And so this book, that's what we do. We channel, we go through and we look at the miracles of Jesus, because there was a couple of huge miracles that Jesus actually said grace before the miracle. And I wonder what you need in your life. I wonder if you would to categorize some stuff in your life right now. You go, I really need this. I'm lacking in this area. And here's what I want to encourage you to do. I want to encourage you to go back and look at all of the great things in your life that have been done. See, I think that there's people in here today, watching today, that you didn't even know if you'd be in this room in the last 2.5 years because of COVID and all these things that have happened. But I want to tell you something. You're here now. I'm here. And it's because of the grace of God in our lives that has given us life. And are you thankful for that? Let me ask you again, are you thankful for that? Yes. I'm thankful. As I kind of close today, how many of you believe a preacher when he says he's closing? Anybody? No? No. It's interesting because what I've learned in this whole process is that grace, gratitude, and joy are all intertwined. Your joy is definitely connected to your thanksgiving. You know, the Bible tells us that God himself, his own presence, he defines himself. He says, there is joy in my presence. He says, in my presence is the fullness of joy. And so in his very presence, there is joy. So if he himself gives us joy, then why are so many people depleted and depressed? Because if there's joy, here's what we have to do. We just have to learn how to access that joy. And one of the ways that we access that joy is simply by giving thanks. If you will stop every day, and I try to do it almost like every 2 hours, and stop and ask yourself what you're grateful for. Here's what you do. You recognize the grace of God, and when you're grateful, it always, always translates into joy. If I were to ask you today, if I were to take just a moment and stop in my time, and I were to say, how many of you today can just note right off the top of your head 5 things that you're grateful for? You know what will happen in this room? The attitude begins to change. Because we take our focus off what we're lacking, and we begin to thank the Lord for all of the things. I want to say this before I just talk a little bit about joy. It's interesting to me, I don't know if you feel the same way, but I feel like right after Halloween in October, right after everybody takes like the dead people that are hanging from their trees outside, and right, the cemetery, and after Halloween and they get rid of all that stuff, November 1st, what begins to happen? I always sense November 1st, November 2nd, I always start to sense this sense of like joy. Yeah. And you know what it is? Because the attitude, even in America, starts to change. Why? It's almost like November 1st, it's like, okay, Thanksgiving's coming, all right? And we start to begin to process all of the good things that we have, all of the things, what happens? Our attitude begins to change. And so I decided I'm going to live in Thanksgiving every single day. I want to leave you with a couple thoughts. In my research about gratitude, what was interesting is that I came across this study of what people are really looking for. And it's interesting. Do you know what people's number one pursuit is? Anybody? What is someone's number one pursuit according to the study? Happiness. Happiness. Interesting. According to Psychology Today, this is what they said. Attaining happiness is a global pursuit. Researchers find that people from all across every corner of the globe rate happiness more important than any other desirable outcome, such as obtaining wealth, acquiring material goods, and getting to heaven. Happiness, right? And I thought, man, I want that too. But what I did is when I looked into the research, I found that happiness and joy are really closely related. And the Bible actually talks about happiness and joy. But today what I wanted to do was I wanted to talk just a little bit about joy, because I think when I looked into this word happiness, and I found that the definition, listen to this word happiness. It means the root word, and happiness is derived from the root word of an Old English word, hap. It means chance, occurrence, circumstance, happening, listen to this word, luck, or incident or event. So happiness is defined as a state of characterized by my emotions ranging from contentment to intense joy is the actual definition. So the reality of it is that happiness is always based on what is happening. So depending today, circumstances are good, I'm happy. It's not good, I'm not. It's always dependent on what's happening. But there's a difference between happiness and joy. Because the reality of it is that if that is happiness, then happiness is always outside of my control. Because it's not based on my decision, it's actually based on what's happening and how I feel. You know what's interesting? Feelings are good, but they're not to be a gauge of your life. Can I ask you a question? How many of you right now sitting here feel dizzy? Hold on. How many of you feel dizzy? Anybody feel dizzy? No? You don't feel dizzy?
No.
Why don't you feel, are you sure you don't feel it? Okay, I'd ask myself that question. Because when I did research, they said right now the world is spinning at 1,000 miles, I think, per hour. 1,000 miles. Now that's what science tells us, is we are spinning, but none of us feel it. And so oftentimes what we do is we gauge stuff by just how we feel instead of gauging ourselves by the truth. And here's the difference between happiness and joy. Happiness derives its feelings from circumstances, what's happening, but joy is actually much deeper. Joy derives its very essence from the character of God, who's immovable, who's unshakable. So today I have joy no matter what's happening in my life, because God defines his presence as joyful. So today, whether things are up or things are down, it doesn't matter to me, because the person that is with me is immovable, unshakable, is unshakable. And so today I have joy. Now I love happiness. What I actually say is happiness is joy from heaven. I love the feels of it. I love all that. But here's the reality and the biggest difference between joy and happiness. Joy is divine. It's from his presence. And so if the world didn't give me joy, then the world can't take it away. And oftentimes when I even find myself down, my wife was laughing because she's like, "You're reading your book again." I was like, "I need to read it again." Because there's sometimes life hits you hard. And so I have to remind myself and go back and doing what I'm telling you to do and remind myself of the blessings and all the things that God has done in my life. All the people who've given me an opportunity, the people who've hired me. And I'll say this and then I'll close. There's actually a whole chapter in here on rejection. You know, I'm actually thankful for a lot of people that have rejected me. You say, how could that even be a thought? Here's what gratitude does. Gratitude gives you a different perspective. You know how I met my wife? Because 14 other girls broke up with me. But you know what? Many of them today are divorced twice, right? Many of them today are not doing well. And here's the reality. I thought maybe that they were the one for me, but I tell every single person I meet, if I would have known that my relationship with my wife would have been this good, I would have never dated anybody else.
Oh.
That was good, right? I thought I was getting divorced after this one, but I came back with something. But here's what I'm telling you. Yes, the rejection hurt, but oftentimes rejection is a redirection of your whole life. Some people that I talk to after a service will say, Phil, you don't understand. I'm so sad I lost my job. I'm broken. My job rejected me. They don't want me anymore. And we pray, right? And it's funny because sometimes almost even 2 or 3 weeks later, they'll come back with such a joy and they'll say, you know what? I'm starting my own business. I didn't have the courage to start my own business, but if they wouldn't have rejected me, I wouldn't be where I am now. That's a different perspective of saying, thank you, whoever, for letting me go, but now I'm moving on to the person that I need to be. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes.
And so, as I end today, I just want to let you know that I'm not talking about this because I want you to be able to read something. I talk to a lot of people who have lost people. Friends, family have passed away. And this book just, again, what it does is it just looks at Jesus's miracles. And he said thank you before some of his greatest miracles. One of his greatest miracles was when he raised Lazarus from the dead. And it's interesting because he moved away the stone, but before he raised Lazarus from the dead, he stopped. And he said, God, I thank you that you hear me. And that kind of triggered something to me to ask myself this question. Could gratitude help you in healing for grief? And so outside of the Bible, I called a psychotherapist, I called a family therapist, and I started talking about this very thing. There's a whole chapter on gratitude and grief. And you would be amazed how even in grief, gratitude could help you. And so that's my book, The Power of Thank You, The Key to Finding Joy Again. Last but not least, here's what I did. My book is a little more expensive than some because it's a hardback copy, and I'll tell you why. What I wanted this to do is I wanted you to be able to put into practice gratitude. So if you were to buy this book today, and let's just say, because we're always thinking about what do I get for a birthday gift or a Christmas gift, what I could do if I wanted to buy you this book, is I could literally put your name, thanks John, and I could write a couple of different things that I'm thankful for, and then you could sign it as the gift, and you could give it to them. And so it kind of looks like a little card here, but it's actually a book, and you could gift it to them. You can buy it in bulk if you're a business owner and you want to just surprisingly thank some of your staff just because they're so awesome. Or maybe you want to change the attitude of your business. You just give them a couple books, say, hey, I signed it, and here's what it does for you as a business owner. You actually have to go through each one of your employees and write down things that you are appreciative for them. Maybe if you do that, you won't fire them, right? So anyway, you can do that. So it's Power of Thank You book, and thanks for listening today, and have an awesome opportunity. Thanks for ReadersMagnet. I love you, and God bless you.
Questions for Phil?
Yes. I want to ask a question on an angle which you may or may not have in the book. We believe, of course, that God provides for us sometimes through other persons. And you have quite understandably and correctly in your book focused the thank you on God, on Jesus, and so on. Now, for me personally, one of the things that really drives me nuts is when persons show ingratitude for things I have done for them. Now they don't have to bow down and worship me. They don't need to tie my shoes lace. But if you show ingratitude, it really eats me out. Do you think that let's not speak for me, that I should probably be not worried about that so much because the gift is coming from God through me, as opposed to saying, how could you be so ungrateful and get upset with that person?
I love your question because I will speak for myself. I didn't understand gratitude. I didn't understand the incredible effect. I mean, I went through a little bit, but spiritually, psychologically, there's so many studies I didn't understand. I was very ungrateful. And like I said, I hadn't met my real dad. I was adopted probably about the age of 9 months. Grew up with a pastor my adopted dad was a pastor. My family went through a divorce. The pastor that I did knew divorced my mom. There was so many things. I was a really tough young man, went through a lot of things. And I think the best thing that we can do as people of God, if you're a Christian, is not just talk about this, but actually show people it by being grateful all the time. And so I'll just give you a little, there's a whole part of this that I didn't talk about. They've done studies that we always think about gratitude being at the end. Thank you so much for your time. But here's what they actually found out studies. So when I meet with people now, the first thing I do, if I'm meeting with Derek, and we just got to get Derek, the first thing I do when I sit down is I start thanking Derek for his time. Hey Derek, just thanks for, and I honestly mean that. But here's the spiritual implication. He may not know this, but when I'm saying thank you, I'm actually speaking grace over our meeting. And what they found, and this is even outside of the Bible, they found that studies, when we start saying thankful, when I say thank you Derek for coming, that his heart actually begins to open, and it could change the trajectory of our meeting just by starting out with a thank you. So putting thank you in front instead of not just at behind. But my point is with you, I think we just have to be better examples of that. And I have to be a model of that to help people. That's why I wrote the book. So yes, it's frustrating, but not everybody knows what you know, what I know. So the best thing we can do is just love them and be an example to them. And let me just say this, I'm still learning. That's why I kind of read this every once in a while, because I'm like, it is such a great truth. Yes, sir.
When I was speaking earlier, I forgot to say that I actually tell people that grace helps you understand how you're saved, and something that should lead to gratitude. But salvation helps you understand how saved you are. But my question is that can you be great? Can you have gratitude with a bad attitude?
Cool. Can you have gratitude with a bad attitude? I don't think that those can coexist. I actually think when you become grateful, it changes your attitude.
Well, I take attitude like this. You know, attitude basically is the way you're looking at it.
That's right.
And then if you're looking at it the wrong way, certainly you wouldn't have the appreciation and you couldn't have gratitude because you're thinking negatively. But then if you're looking at it the right way, then you could be grateful, you could have gratitude because gratitude is, your attitude basically is the way you feel, the way you are looking at things, and then that can move into your feelings.
Yes, absolutely.
Attitude.
One of the statements that I make in the book is simply this. Gratitude always allows you to see the grace of God right clearly. Because, and I'll end with this if there's any more questions, but I really want you, and I hope that this is more than just some sales pitch, but I hope maybe this week that you'll look back around in your life and look at some people who helped you, some people who gave you the job, gave you the opportunity, some people who maybe loved you, some people who maybe even said, hey, you need to change your attitude because, and maybe at that point you weren't happy about what they were saying, but I'm going to tell you, there's some grace of God in that because God was trying to help you with your attitude to get you where you need to be. And as I look back with a different lens, I started to see, I remember my teacher bringing me out in the 7th grade in the hallway and start to say, Phil, you're better than this. Phil, we believe in you. And I didn't want to hear that. But you know what, as I look back through the lens of gratitude, I was like, that was God's grace trying to help me in those moments. And so it changed the way that I felt about that person. So yeah, it's a very powerful decision that we make.
We have a question from one of our online viewers, Melissa Arthur. Being grateful may also make others take advantage of you. How can I avoid that?
Well, I think that we all obviously have wisdom, but here's the thing that I know about God, is that when you do things His way, He always makes up for when people try to take advantage of you. And even if they do take advantage of you, God can supply and even give you more. So I'm going to be an example of gratitude. I'm not going to be live in fear about being taken advantage of. But here's what I found: gratitude opens the doors for you. It just truly does. And if you're thinking, would you rather have a grateful friend or an ungrateful friend? It's very simple. Would you rather hire somebody who's grateful or ungrateful? Would you rather marry somebody who's grateful or ungrateful? It's so simple. But I think that we can't always be thinking, well, who's going to take advantage of me? I think we've got to be who we're going to be and let God sort everything out with those people. I don't know if that helps. Yes, ma'am. What is your name?
Natalie.
Natalie,
Yes.
you look great today.
Well,
I like your outfit here.
Thank
No, you look very joyful. So I looked at you a couple times when I was speaking because I was like, that's cool.
Yes, I am a very joyful person. I guess I kind of look at it from a point of view of me being grateful is about me, not about how other people are going to receive that. And so I can be grateful for you, and you may think you can take advantage of me for that, but that's on you, not on me. I'm still going to be grateful because it's what I need to be.
And you know what? Here's the reality. You're going to reap the benefits of it, whether people receive it or not.
Exactly.
And so that's one of the things for me. This last year has been a goal. Been asking myself, who am I? And this is the person I'm going to be regardless. I'm going to be respectful even if someone's not. I'm going to be loving even if someone's not. I'm going to be grateful whether you're not. This is going to be who I am. And you know what? You will reap the benefits of it.
I do a lot of work with the homeless, and I get told a lot of times that all I'm doing is throwing my money away because they're not grateful or whatever. Like, they don't need to be grateful. I'm giving of myself because it's what I want to do. And it's the right human thing to do. And so, yeah, I don't worry about other people taking advantage. That's not on me.
Well, that's another characteristic of gratitude is graciousness. And generosity, because it really does. So, yes, sir.
Pastor, I would say, I have listened to my church in California 2 Sundays in a row. I was in Los Angeles last week and San Francisco this week. So thank you for ReadersMagnet. I'm happy to be with my church. But this was refreshing because this, to me, was a one-time word that I needed. So I am in the midst of really considering my exit strategy for my corporate job to pursue my dream and passion of professional speaking, being author, etc. And just hearing these words of being grateful, and gratitude, being thankful, and then affirmation, and not worry about what the employers are doing.
Good. We all need it. Thank you, Derek. Appreciate that.
Well,
yes.
James
said I have to start charging for his questions after this.
Gratitude is the key element that leads to love. And and how Jesus said in the Bible, if you love me, you'll keep my commandment. But before you can just get people to obey God's commandment, you got to get them to be grateful for what God already did, and then that leads them to begin to love. And then when they begin to love what He done, what He has accomplished, and all the other things that He probably done, like you said, all the things that God even do for us that we're not even aware of. But as you begin to become aware of that, you begin to be grateful, and our gratitude, it leads to love. And then love, then you want to please the one you love.
One of the things I'll say, and then they can tell me if it's time. There's a scripture in the Bible that says grace actually teaches us to say no to unrighteousness, which is interesting because it's what you're saying. When I have really, really looked into this and started to be grateful for all that God has done, here's what happened in my life. I started to live a life that was worthy of His love. Because I'm so grateful for it. And so that has helped me live on the straight and narrow. And the only people that really, to be honest, are ungrateful are the people that say, I don't need Him. I don't need grace. I'm a self-made person. I don't need God. I can do it all by myself. And I'm like, well, I don't know, because you had nothing to do with yourself being born. I believe God wanted you here. Your parents getting together, I have a whole shirt on things called I'm a Miracle, because every single one of us in this room is a miracle. Amen. Because you're alive. And that's not something we did on our own. It's something that connects us to something greater than ourselves.
I'm just curious, how long did your church start getting donations? When you did not fear not getting,
Well, one of the things too is that every single one of us in this room has a vibe, right? Like you can talk, you can just kind of go up to somebody and see, right? And we could say that that's an attitude. So the first thing in that process was my attitude had to change internally before that. And so that was a process. But I would say probably after a year from that, man, it's really been great. And as of today, I mean, we were closed for COVID, but the church is growing. In May, and I say all thanks to the Lord, we just got put in touch with a guy he just signed a 3-year contract with DirecTV. So our church is going to be on DirecTV now, starting May, channel 379.
Wow.
On Friday. Yeah, pray for us. Friday nights, and they're giving us a free replay on Tuesday nights, channel 379. And so, yeah, I'm just grateful because every little thing has led up to this moment, you know, so.
So how does a Phil Valdez pray?
How do I pray?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this, the first chapter in the book is called the password, because the Bible says, even God says, enter into my courts with thanksgiving. God himself loves thanksgiving. I'll give you the short on that. Thanksgiving is grace. Grace is always the password with God. Pride is not. So a person who enters and says, thank you, is basically saying, God, I thank you for your grace, and it's because of your grace that I can even have access to you. Because he gives us that benefit. All we have to do is receive it. So I always start off with gratitude and thanking God for his grace. I mean, it's even his grace that he hears us. He's got so much going on. I mean, he doesn't have to stop to hear my little things, but that's the God that we serve. And so I always start off with that posture of, Lord, I just thank you. And I start thinking of a couple of things, you know. And that's the thing, I mean, we can. I don't know how many of you, if I were to take a survey today, say how many of you God has actually answered at least one prayer that you prayed. You know, sometimes I go back and I just thank him for that, because I'm about to pray again. But I wonder if sometimes God thinks, well, okay, you're praying for another prayer, but I just answered the 3 you prayed last time, and you never ever said thank you for that, right? Right? Because we just get entitled. But I want to make sure I always have that heart of gratitude and grace. Because if I have a heart of gratitude and grace, then I'm going to be graceful to people. And I think that's so important. You cannot give what you don't have. And so hopefully I was graceful for you today.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, the author of the book, The Power of Thank You, Phil Valdez, a round of applause. Such an amazing and refreshing moment, right?
Yeah.
I think Phil deserves a louder applause for that. I personally enjoy listening to it, and there's a lot of things that I'm so thankful for, just like anyone else here. Some of you guys are you know. Thanks, Phil. Like we met Phil last weekend at the USC, and I don't know, he was there on Saturday, and I was looking for where's Phil? I thought he was gonna speak, and then he was gone, and then on Sunday morning he was there, and he was gone. But good thing, he came back Sunday afternoon, so he was our last speaker at the Los Angeles Films Festival of Books, and it just gave everyone a refreshing moment. So thank you so much, Phil. Thank you so much to your wife and to your son, to your family. God bless you. Thank you. Wow. So we're waiting for one last speaking author we have invited today, Dean McFalls, but he's still in transit. So right now, while we take a quick break, a 20-minute break, let's just watch the video presentations we have prepared for Bruce Ball and Benjamin Simmons. And thank you so much for being here. And I hope you guys can hang in there while we wait for Dean, and we'll call it a day. And this has been a great, amazing opportunity, and it's been a great avenue for everyone to exchange their stories and to share and listen from everyone's stories, right? I hope you guys are having fun. Thank you so much for everybody. And this time, let's watch the videos of Bruce Ball and Benjamin Simmons, and we'll be right back. Thank you. A round of applause for everyone.
Author Bruce Ball had over 40 years of experience in investment management. His largest clients were the pension funds of major labor unions throughout America. These relationships required him to associate with some dangerous people and notorious groups. He has rubbed elbows with members of the mob, FBI agents, and other influential people on both sides of the justice. Quinn's Dilemma by Bruce and Ball. Parker Quinn thinks that he is taking an easy, stress-free job. He is sick of working in the fast-paced world of Wall Street and wants to settle down. Little does he suspect that his new career will land him smack in the middle of assassination attempts, government stings, and run-ins with deranged mob bosses. The trouble hits when Quinn begins working with the local labor union's pension fund. He soon crosses paths with Renato Costa, the psychotic union leader who rules his 40,000 nation iron fist. Costa isn't just interested in power, but also in petty revenge. He will do everything. He will do anything to keep people indebted to him. Costa is also in bed with the mob and ready to permanently destroy anyone who ends up on his bad side. The only person more obsessed than Costa is Kevin Norris, the federal prosecutor trying to put down the union boss away. When a dangerous war breaks out between the labor union and the government, Quinn will have to decide which side to align himself with. If he isn't careful in choosing his friends, he could end up as a collateral in a perilous game. Chapter 1: An Interesting Life. I have learned what happens when you ignore an old saying in a Chinese curse. Be careful of what you wish for, and may you live an interesting life. My name is Parker Quinn, and 3 years ago, I lived in the city that never sleeps. Nighttime in the city is best, because in the light of the day, you see everything. All the people's faces are clear far into the distance. The buildings show their faces with all their imperfections. They tower over you like giants of cold steel and glass. Like the city itself, life is all so hard and crass. They call it concrete jungle. I call it concrete cage, where the best fighters bury those of a lesser god. I've been here for a long time. Well, a long time in my mind. All the crap I saw in the city in the daytime is what I saw in my own life. I've been in the investment management game for quite a while, and it is as hard and heartless as the city in the daylight. It's bright and exciting to many who are in it, but it is blinding to those who are not. I was sitting in a beautiful office on the 38th floor of the newest building on Wall Street. By anybody's definition, I had it good. I had the expensive high-back leather chair, a huge oak desk, an oriental rug, and all the other trappings of a successful Wall Street executive. What I should have felt was warm and relaxed. I mean, I had made it. I was one of the guys at the top. But it was eating me. So there I sat, lost in thought. I went through a messy divorce and 17 years of 90-minute commutes that had changed my perspective on life. I had been in the city long enough with all the noise and indifference that I started feeling something that I never felt before. I was becoming filled with the desire for a simpler life. The striving and fighting to climb that steep wall to success didn't seem to be worth it anymore. Quinn's Dilemma by Bruce and Ball, now available on Amazon.com. Grab a copy. Author Bruce Ball had over 40 years of experience in investment management. His largest clients were the pension funds of major labor unions throughout America. These relationships required him to associate with some dangerous people in notorious groups. He has rubbed elbows with members of the mob, FBI agents, and other influential people on both sides of the justice. Quinn's Dilemma by Bruce and Ball. Parker Quinn thinks that he is taking an easy, stress-free job. He is sick of working in the fast-paced world of Wall Street and wants to settle down. Little does he suspect that his new career will land him smack in the middle of assassination attempts, government stings, and run-ins with deranged mob bosses. The trouble hits when Quinn begins working with the local labor union's pension fund. He soon crosses paths with Renato Costa, the psychotic union leader who rules his 40,000-member organization with an iron fist. Costa isn't just interested in power, but also in petty revenge. He will do everything. He will do anything to keep people indebted to him. Costa is also in bed with the mob and ready to permanently destroy anyone who ends up on his bad side. The only person more obsessed than Costa is Kevin Norris, the federal prosecutor trying to put down the union boss away. When a dangerous war breaks out between the labor union and the government, Quinn will have to decide which side to align himself with. If he isn't careful in choosing his friends, he could end up as a collateral in a perilous game. Chapter 1: An Interesting Life. I have learned what happens when you ignore an old saying in a Chinese curse. Be careful of what you wish for, and may you live an interesting life. My name is Parker Quinn, and 3 years ago, I lived in the city that never sleeps. Nighttime in the city is best, because in the light of the day, you see everything. All the people's faces are clear far into the distance. The buildings show their faces with all their imperfections. They tower over you like giants of cold steel and glass. Like the city itself, life is all so hard and crass. They call it concrete jungle. I call it concrete cage, where the best fighters bury those of a lesser god. I've been here for a long time. Well, a long time in my mind. All the crap I saw in the city in the daytime is what I saw in my own life. I've been in the investment management game for quite a while, and it is as hard and heartless as the city in the daylight. It's bright and exciting to many who are in it, but it is blinding to those who are not. I was sitting in a beautiful office on the 38th floor of the newest building on Wall Street. By anybody's definition, I had it good. I had the expensive high-back leather chair, a huge oak desk, an oriental rug, and all the other trappings of a successful Wall Street executive. What I should have felt was warm and relaxed. I mean, I had made it. I was one of the guys at the top. But it was eating me. So there I sat, lost in thought. I went through a messy divorce and 17 years of 90-minute commutes that had changed my perspective on life. I had been in the city long enough, with all the noise and indifference, that I started feeling something that I never felt before. I was becoming filled with the desire for a simpler life. The striving and fighting to climb that steep wall to success didn't seem to be worth it anymore. Prince Dilemma by Bruce Ann Ball, now available on Amazon.com. Grab a copy. Benjamin F. Simmons, Jr. is a native of Hampton, Virginia. He completed his undergraduate studies in computer science and subsequently matriculated to a 20-year stint as a Department of Defense contractor. During this period, he developed an understanding and appreciation for the paramount importance of defense readiness to counter global threats to the United States of America. The tragic loss of his wife to cancer shifted his life to a deeper and closer walk with God. This book is a product of his acquired theology through tribulation and deliverance from adversity. Caught Off Guard, Preparing for Spiritual Attack by Benjamin F. Simmons. Our greatest enemy cannot be seen, eludes detection, never announces his arrival, has no need of our approval, and always catches us off guard. Regardless of one's religious affiliation, distinguishing between good and evil is a common requisite for godly behavior. We must espouse that which is good and preclude all evil. Let us face it, this is not an easy task. Our adversary is a master of deception, with a desire to sift you like wheat. The Apostle Paul establishes the pretense of spiritual warfare and admonishes acknowledgement and defense of the same. Unfortunately, he did not quite have an opportunity to provide a how-to manual for his followers. That is exactly what this book is for. Caution: the devil from a burning hell does not want you to read this book. Caught Off Guard, Preparing for Spiritual Attack, Conventional Wisdom or Warfare. In the secular world, the notion of warfare is acknowledged, anticipated, and adequately complemented with annual defense preparations, weaponry, warfighters, and expert intelligence to install strategic readiness and military engagement plans. Readiness to engage with threats against our nation is not an option. The United States Department of Defense was intentionally established as the executive branch department of the federal government, charged with coordinating and supervising all agencies and functions of the government related to national security initiatives and the United States Armed Forces. In fact, every civilized country of the world understands the need to establish a vigilant Department of Defense to acknowledge, prepare, and immobilize any national or regional threat to protect its people, culture, resources, and borders. The global constituency must be carefully studied and necessarily defined as either friend or foe. A country without defense readiness is vulnerable to any forces seeking to overthrow its government and seize its resources. Allies necessarily share global threats and provide essential strategic reinforcement against a declared national enemy. In parallel with large-scale global threats from other countries that mandate military readiness, we also face individual or personal conflict from others who seek to seize our authority, wealth, possessions, relationships, properties, employment, assets, and privileges. These are they which are far beyond the pale of what one calls a friend. Nevertheless, despite the covert nature of such human experiences, they also qualify as warfare and mandate readiness and strategic response. History is fraught with conquests and conquerors around the world who defeated the unarmed, unaware, and unprepared. It is more than obvious in the secular world that we face consortium of covert enemies representing diverse threats that cannot be dismissed. We also respond with research, analysis, planning, intelligence to ensure readiness to defeat our enemies. Why should our spiritual life be any different? Why are we so dismissive concerning our spiritual adversary? If God is sourced from the Spirit of God, surely it is well complemented by evil spirits from his adversary. However, many simply relegate evil to human behavior. This perception may imply that God, who is spirit, is good, but people are evil by nature. How many times have you heard a person respond, "Oh, that's just the way he or she is"? Maybe it is time to take a clinical look at the human experience and resulting behavior. If we truly have a spiritual adversary with deceptive powers and strategic plans, it would serve us well to prepare for battle. Let us get started with this investigation to ensure that you never get caught off guard. Caught off Guard, Preparing for Spiritual Attack by Benjamin F. Simmons. Now available on Amazon.com. Grab a copy. Benjamin F. Simmons Jr. is a native of Hampton, Virginia. He completed his undergraduate studies in computer science and subsequently matriculated to a 20-year stint as a Department of Defense contractor. During this period, he developed an adept understanding and appreciation for the paramount importance of defense readiness to counter global threats to the United States of America. The tragic loss of his wife to cancer shifted his life to a deeper and closer walk with God. This book is a product of his acquired theology through tribulation and deliverance from adversity. Caught Off Guard, Preparing for Spiritual Attack by Benjamin F. Simmons. Our greatest enemy cannot be seen, eludes detection, never announces his arrival, has no need of our approval, and always catches us off guard. Regardless of one's religious affiliation, distinguishing between good and evil is a common requisite for godly behavior. We must espouse that which is good and preclude all evil. Let us face it, this is not an easy task. Our adversary is a master of deception. and military engagement plans. Readiness to engage with threats against our nation is not an option. The United States Department of Defense was intentionally established as the executive branch department of the federal government charged with coordinating and supervising all agencies and functions of the government related to national security initiatives and the United States Armed Forces. In fact, every civilized country of the world understands the need to establish a vigilant Department of Defense to acknowledge, prepare, and immobilize any national or regional threat to protect its people, culture, resources. The global constituency must be carefully studied and necessarily defined as either friend or foe. A country without defense readiness is vulnerable to any forces seeking to overthrow its government and seize its resources. Allies necessarily share global threats and provide essential strategic reinforcement against a declared national enemy. In parallel with large-scale global threats from other countries that mandate military readiness, we also face individual or personal conflict from others who seek to seize our authority, wealth, possessions, relationships, properties, employment, assets, and privileges. These are they which are far beyond the pale of what one calls a friend. Nevertheless, despite the covert nature of such human experiences, they also qualify as warfare and mandate readiness and strategic response. History is fraught with conquests and conquerors around the world who defeated the unarmed, unaware, and unprepared. It is more than obvious in the secular world that we face consortium of covert enemies representing diverse threats that cannot be dismissed. We also respond with research, analysis, planning, intelligence to ensure readiness to defeat our enemies. Why should our spiritual life be any different? Why are we so dismissive concerning our spiritual adversary? If God is sourced from the Spirit of God, surely it is well complemented by evil spirits from his adversary. However, many simply relegate evil to human behavior. This perception may imply that God, who is spirit, is good, but people are evil by nature. How many times have you heard a person respond, "Oh, that's just the way he or she is"? Maybe it is time to take a clinical look at the human experience and resulting behavior. If we truly have a spiritual adversary with deceptive powers and strategic plans, it would serve us well to prepare for battle. Let us get started with this investigation to ensure that you never get caught off guard.
All right, hello, book lovers, storytellers, and of course, authors. Welcome to another session here in Readers Magnet's featured author interview. My name is Leah, and I will be your host for today. And with me is one of the Readers Magnet's featured author, and of course, one of our most valuable author we have. So today, she will be sharing to us what this book is all about, her being an author, and of course, what's the inspiration behind her book. So everyone, let's all welcome our one and only Miss Yvonne Bronstorff, author of the book Dogs with Attitude. Hello, Yvonne. How are you doing?
Hello,
It's good to see
Leah.
you again.
Hello. Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you so much for asking, Yvonne. So yeah, this is actually the second session two for
Yeah,
our
yeah.
author interview. So yep, we're gonna tackle about your book, and this is gonna be more information. Yeah. So but before we do that, Yvonne, before we tackle about your book, why not tell us a bit information about who Miss Yvonne Bronstorff is? Okay,
Ah, I describe myself as a wife, a grandmother, and a great lover of pets, especially dogs.
wow.
And I'm a retired educator as well.
Mm, that's interesting, Yvonne. Uh-huh. Go ahead.
Yes, so I love to write. I've always liked to write. And I like to write about the things around me, nature, the dogs, the pets, the people around me. I've always liked to write about that. And so these particular pets that I have, Scrappy, Bow Wow, Tiger, Champ, and Sammy, there was something just a little bit extra special about them. And what happened is that although those pets are all gone now, I keep remembering the things that they did. And I would sit and laugh over them with the family. We would talk and we would laugh about it. And so I started to write it because I did not want to forget these things about them. And so that is how my book really emerged, from just writing the memories and the fun, the laughter, the love, the protection, and everything they meant to the family, not just to me, but to the entire family. So this is how the whole idea of this emerged. And as a matter of fact, wrote these stories many years ago. And when I retired, my daughter said to me, Mommy, those stories, I think they're so good. And I said, Oh, no, we'll enjoy them. She says, Try, you never know. They might get published. And here we are today.
Exactly. Right. You know what, Yvonne? I really like the idea of creating this book, especially when the support is really coming from the family. And I believe that this is not just about writing the book, but it's also sharing the experience you've had with your pets. Way back before that they're still there with you.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's actually a good thing because family was also embracing that moment, right?
yeah, yeah.
Yes, that is very lovely, and that's priceless, Yvonne. I
And if
like
you,
that.
and if you notice, I have dedicated the book to the memory of these pets, because when you love a pet so much, like a family member, and it is not with you anymore,
Hmm.
I I want people to enjoy thinking about them, smiling, laughing, remembering the things they did. And you can still feel their presence and their warmth around you. That's what I want people to do, and not think of them,
Right.
oh, they're gone. I don't know. I want you to still embrace what they were to you.
Yes, not thinking that hey, there's just pet, but
Right.
no, it's like they're human as well. They have
Yes.
feelings.
Yes.
So, and it's what, Yvonne. One of the advantage I must say of having a pet, because it really decreases levels of, let's say, cortisol. A stress related hormone. It can really definitely heal you, right? It can
Definitely.
reduce loneliness. A
Yes.
lot of
Oh, yes.
feelings that can be supported by having a pet.
Yes. Not only that,
Definitely.
they sense things in you. They sense the things in you. And so,
Absolutely.
um, like when I would be sick at home and I'd be home, the
Hmm.
dog would come and sit in the room with me. And so I did not feel alone. So,
Right.
it is not just that, but they would sense if something was wrong with you, and they would
Hmm.
want to make you happy.
Definitely. I like that, Yvonne, especially when they're the one who also boosted your mood. When you're having this feeling of being being emotional, like if there's a lot of stress going on. Yes, and that's actually correct because based on my research, pets can also feel that one, so that they also wanted to stay with you during those times, and that's one of
Yes,
the most, I must say, amazing things on
yes,
having pets, right? And
yes,
also, Yvonne, these pets you have with you, for how many years already? Tiger, Scrappy, Sammy, Champ, and Bow Wow. While enjoying the moments being with them, you also discovered a lot of things that they can also do, right? These specific
definitely.
dogs have a specific skills as well. So can you tell us more about that?
Yes. I think of Bow Wow. He's the one that comes to my mind. He was a little scruffy mutt, and like these big dogs wanted to take advantage of him. And even today, I cannot understand when he was there and these big dogs were coming. He ran away and came back with 6 other dogs. And I was like, he went for reinforcement. What's
Definitely.
the thought that he went and got some other dogs to scare these big dogs? That is so human.
Right, right. So he's the one who wanted to be like, hey, I wanted to be your bodyguard. I
No,
wanted to protect you.
no,
Is that the one?
The Bower was the old
Oh, an
man.
army
He was the old
general.
man. He was the army general. Yes.
Army
Yeah,
general. Yeah,
he
I
went and
remember.
got his troops. He went and got his troops.
Wanted to, hey, I have a team here. Don't touch my owner. Don't touch my fur parent. I have a
Yes,
team here. I like that one. Who really wanted to have a teamwork as well, very friendly with other dogs.
yes,
And
yes.
what about the other what about the other dogs you have? What are their characteristics as well?
Champ was so he was very possessive because if you went if you went to the house and you did not live there, there were certain crackers that he liked to eat. And if you had one of those crackers, Champ was coming after you to let you know, don't touch. So he was very possessive.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he had a little trick about him. He would come to you, nuzzle up to you, want you to pat him. And as you pat him, he would nip your hand and walk away. He was like, I didn't tell you to pat me. I nuzzled to you. I didn't say you were to pat me. So, just those things you just cannot forget, you know?
Right. Mhm.
And of course,
Absolutely. With that specific attitude towards you, towards other people, those are the things that really remarkable.
yes,
Right.
definitely.
So you consider Champ as a who is he? Is he the bodyguard, the
He's the
headhunter?
crazy dog. He's the crazy dog.
He's a crazy dog.
Champ
Right.
was
What
crazy.
about Tiger? Can you tell us more information about Tiger?
Tiger was the family dog. He was he was totally part of that family. He he took charge of everything in the house. He was loving. He was extremely protective, extremely protective. If someone was approaching you and you said to the person, do not approach me, if the
Mm-hmm.
person continued to approach you, he would go after them, and it's like, no, they said don't approach. So he was like the life of the family. I would send my young children 3 4 years outside to play on the lawn, and I would say,
Mm-hmm.
Tiger, watch them. And he would
Wow.
watch them. He would make sure they only went so far on the lawn. He would not
Mm-hmm.
allow them to go much further. So
Right.
he was everything to the family. He could smile. You'd say to him, Tiger, give me a smile. And he would show his teeth. Yeah.
Wow, that's very nice. Very productive, very territorial. So that means that Tiger is really the one who is capable when it comes to protecting each family member.
Yes,
I
he
like
was.
that.
He was. He
Right.
was.
Yes, and also Scrappy. There's also, yeah, Tiger, Scrappy, Sammy, Champ, and Bow Wow. So these are the dogs who is really have their special, characteristics, special
Yes.
skills. Who really wanted to be in the family, wanted to protect, wanted to be part of the family. I like that, Yvonne. And also, Yvonne. Now, I wanted to ask, when was the moment that you really decided to, hey, I wanted to jot down notes. Let's say, being influenced by your family to, hey, this is a great story, I wanted you to write this one. What happened on that time? Where's the courage coming from that you really decided that, hey, I wanted to write this story about them?
When the family would sit and talk about the dogs and would laugh about their antics, um,
Mm-hmm.
we kept talking and laughing, and I said, I don't want to forget this. I don't want to forget this. And I started to write about them one at a time. And that, as the more I wrote, the more I got involved in writing about them, and the more I enjoyed it. It is more than just the writing, it is the absolute joy of
Mm-hmm.
writing about them and
Right.
bringing them alive again. It's really bringing them alive again, you know? And that's what happened. I didn't want
Mm-hmm.
to forget. And so I started to write, jot down little notes about them.
Right. So it did really come naturally that, hey, I wanted to remember these stuffs, so I wanted to put this into writing.
Yes, that's definitely it. Yes.
That's nice,
And I
Yvonne.
want other
And you know
people,
what, Yvonne?
I
I'm
want
sorry, go
other
ahead.
people to enjoy. I want it not just to be me, but I wanted other people to enjoy what these pets were.
Right, definitely, Yvonne. And you know what, Yvonne? I must say that having this book is a really successful creation. Are there any times that maybe, let's say, encounter a most difficult part of your writing process?
I don't, not, no, not at all. It just
Wow.
basically flowed. It just flowed. I love to write. I love to write. And
Mm-hmm.
I just sit and I just write as the thoughts flow from me. I've always been like that. So
Yes. Ever
there was
since that you're a child, right? You really love into writing.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
I love to write.
That's nice, Yvonne. And also, Yvonne, I know that your family also love these stories, the experiences that you've had with your pet. Now, may I know what was the impact of writing this book to you and to your loved ones? Especially that there's already a story that you can share to your grandkids, right?
Yes, it, everybody is enjoying it. And what I love about it is people who have read the book will come up to me and say, oh, did you
Mm,
know my dog? Did you know my dog? They can relate to it. It's
mm,
they can personally relate to the stories. And that I
right.
find very, that is very satisfying for me. I
Yes.
achieved what I
And
set
you know
out
what,
to
Yvonne?
achieve.
This kind of story of yours is really it's not just a story, but it's more than that, because I believe that this kind of book is also advocating for a specific cause and agenda to, for knowing the behavior of your pet, the grooming they need, the affection, let's say. um this is really a good help to have pets, to have it to be easier for them to express also themselves, and not just from the, let's say, from the foods that you gave them, from the right attitude to act towards them. It's really an amazing kind of book, especially for the people that who wanted to have a pet. This is really going to be a great guidance as well. I
Yes,
must
it
say
is. Yes,
this
yes.
is going to be a
I've had a
great.
lot of people say that. When I
Mhm.
read your book, I thought, oh, I think I need a pet like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And at the same time, it's not just about for a parent wanted to learn some information, some things about their book, but it's also how you can also teach your dog to also adapt to new environments. You also need to learn to detect signs of, let's say, stress, signs of happiness, and at the same time having a plan ahead of time to avoid these things. Right. I must say, Yvonne, that you did really great job with this. I like.
Thank you.
Yes, and also Yvonne, you know, there we already have viewers right now who might be interested to also have a pet in the near future. You know, now I want to do or let's say, what would you advise to someone who would also want it to be a fur parent? You know, what would the possibilities that they may face? Are there any cons of that? So, what would be the things that you can advise for them?
For parents,
Mm-hmm.
um, I think my advice would be is let your pet become a part of the family, a member of the family. Let the children feel that they're a member of the family, and that taking care of the pet is part of you loving the pet in return for the pet loving you, because as long as you take good care of your pets, they will love you. So it's a love from pet to child, or from child to pet. It's all just that love that exists right there. And if the love is there, the child will be excited to know that the pet is happy. And if taking the pet for a walk is what makes the pet happy, then they'll want to take the pet for a walk, you know, and see him walking
Right.
and enjoying himself.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that is amazing, Yvonne. You know, on at the same time, when you are enjoying what you're doing, then everything would really comes naturally. It wouldn't be a hard thing for you to do, especially when taking care of pets. Once you love what you're doing, it would come naturally, and at the same time, the pet can also take advantage of that. That what you're enjoying, grooming with them, enjoying having or giving them food, and at the
Yes,
same time it's
yes,
actually an advantage for the dogs, because there's also a benefit of that, right? On
there
how the
is.
dog act towards you as
And
well as your fur parent.
yes, definitely,
Right.
definitely.
Hmm. Yes. And what about right now, Yvonne? Do you have a new pet,
No,
or
I don't.
your family has do you
We
guys have a pet?
we have downsized, and so I like my pets to have space to run around outside,
Mm-hmm.
and so right now I don't have a pet, but just thinking of these makes my day.
Right.
Just
And
thinking
that's
about them
priceless.
makes my day. Yes.
Absolutely, Yvonne. I can tell. But we might not know because, maybe one of your grandkids would, hey, grandma, I wanted to introduce you a new pet and I want to have this. We
Well,
wanted to have this. That's cute.
actually, one of my granddaughters, they have a pet, and he is absolutely adorable. He's a
Wow, that's nice.
he is so loving. He is so loving. He wants to get up into your lap every time you go over to the house.
Uh-huh. Right. And you know what? I can tell, Yvonne, that your grandkid is very lucky to have you as their grandparent. Why? Because you know all of these things and how to act on what would be the right act that needs to be done towards having a pet is really something that would be very helpful for them. And that's
Yes,
awesome.
definitely. Because sometimes they'll say such and such a thing, and they'll
Uh-huh.
call me and say, Nana, what can I do? The dog is, so and so. And I said, okay, this is what you do. Yeah.
Wow, see? Wow, that's nice. That's nice. So it's actually another act of having a good relationship, not just with their pet, but also towards you as a grandparent, on their grandchildren. Wow, and that's awesome. That's
Yeah.
lovely, Yvonne. Right. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Yvonne.
Oh,
And
you're welcome.
I'm really enjoying all these moments with you, having this discussion. Such an inspirational story, I can say. Because again, it's not just about the book, but it's also showing what was the experience you've had from your pets.
Yes.
I like that. And yes, Yvonne, what would you let's say I wanted you to also take this opportunity to, let's say, invite our viewers for your upcoming book signing during the LA Times Festival of Books. So take the stage, Yvonne.
Yeah, oh, I am looking to forward to that so much. In Los Angeles, they're having the Film Festival Book Fair, and I'll be there doing signing of the book, and I get an opportunity to meet other authors and to just share. And I'm really looking forward to that. That
Right.
Reader Magnet has really set up excellent signing for me as they did the last time. So
Wow.
thank them very much for their expertise and professionalism. Makes me so happy.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Yvonne. And of course, here with Readers Magnet family, from the bottom of our hearts, we also love you. And thank you so much for also choosing us to be part of this journey. And yes, everyone, for our viewers, Miss Yvonne Bronzer will be there during the Times Festival of Books. So she will be doing her book signing, and the schedule for that that would be on April 22nd to the 23rd. Yes, in University of Southern California, Los Angeles, USC campus. And yes, viewers, it will be your chance to know her more as an author and, of course, more information about her book. Thank you so much, Yvonne. And yep,
Thank you.
again, as we say it here in Reader's Magnet, we share your story with the world. Thank you, Yvonne.
An artist first, but loves to write, whether it is fiction or nonfiction. Of course, she gets to illustrate all her stories. Sometimes, when she is deep into a tale, it feels like she has stepped into another world, and it is a wonderful place of privacy and freedom where she is alone and in control, and so she paints and writes. Grab a copy of Wilma Forrester's books, Harmony, Legend of Forest Ranch, and The Adventures of Nigel, available on Amazon. Because it happened very close to the town, he called it the legend of Precious Tall. This is a beautiful tale worth reading in spring when the dogwood flowers bloom. Oh, hurry! Come over here and look at that still wet rock. you can see tiny circles of gold dust just like a miniature horse's hoofprints. What magic could this be? Look close. Perhaps a harmony is near. Okay, so what is a harmony? It is a tiny, playful, horse-like creature that looks like it's made of glass. It has a white, fuzzy mane and tail, two sparkling bright eyes, and wings like a dragonfly. Since they are only about 4 inches tall, they may easily sit in the palm of your hand. Shining in the light, they can quickly dart from to the sky and dance back to earth again, almost before you can blink your eye. Listen, did you hear a soft haunting melody? Or is it just the water bubbling over the rocks? I would like to tell you a fascinating story about an Indian legend that has been told and retold from parent to child for many generations. An old man in the little town of Forest Ranch told me because it happened very close to the town, he called it the legend of Forest Ranch. My husband, Gene,
about 1940, and that. But I am an adventuresome person into horseback riding. So I could tell you, I was born in L.A. in Bell, California. I was the youngest of 3 children, and it's kind of funny. My mother had a beautiful, handsome boy and a handsome daughter, and she didn't want a third one. So she went horseback riding, and I just ended up coming anyway and loving horses. So we moved up here to go in about 1940, and that's everything has changed so much, as you would know. LA is so different now, but I basically am more of an artist than I am an author, and I love to paint. But I have found I really enjoy writing also, but I like to illustrate my books. You can see one of my paintings back there. And I really do enjoy writing, and you can see it.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we are.
Oh, yeah. So, okay.
I want to back just a little bit because, of course, you were born in LA, and of course, back then you said it was 1933. Well, there wasn't a whole buildings. It was out around there. There was an awful lot of country, and you were all also talking about having no books at home to read.
Well, that's true. It's hard to imagine that, but I can tell you, my father, who was a very adventuresome person, he bought an encyclopedia set of the Book of Knowledge, and that was it. How many books? Under 7 years old, probably couldn't read, and I loved those books. I just went through them again and again, and when I see the wonderful things that are available to children today, I'm very envious, because I would have just loved every one of those to have books like they have nowadays. It would have been wonderful.
Mm-hmm. You also said in your bio, because I looked you up, that you had married young. You've got 2 sons and a daughter.
Yes, and I was. Now, before I was 20 years old, I had 2 boys, and that's pretty young. And I had. Now, I got to say that was the happiest time of my life.
having adventures with my two sons, taking them out. We went frogging, and we just had so fun. And I have to say that that's probably one of the main reasons I wrote about a young boy, is because I feel like young boys are not really understood the way they should be, and that they have feelings and emotions and tender, sensitive things, and they have problems too, and people don't realize that. And of course, I had a daughter later, and I love girls too. I'm not trying to push out the girls, but having those adventures with my young sons was just wonderful. And then I lost my older son. He was 9 years old in an accident, and my heart just is very tender towards young boys. So that's why I wrote the story. Yeah.
Wonderful. Yes, I know. I noticed that you have a dedication that's actually in the back of the book of the adventures of Nagel and of ancient Babylonia. Yes. Also, what was I going to ask you? Just a second. It was here. Yeah, you mentioned you were an artist.
Yeah, I illustrated my books, and I like to do that. That's part of the for me, the illustrations on them, and that the adventures go from. I can show you. Here's one illustration. Let's see if I'm going to put it this way. That I put in the book. And I might mention that I wrote a whole chapter on, young people, horses. Girls love horses and boys do too. But I wrote a whole chapter on horses, and I think, and some very interesting facts about them. And I can say that I've really enjoyed that part of my life. I did a lot of riding, a lot of adventures on horses.
There is, though, another part of your life that's beginning, I'll call it. You want to tell us what event is coming up in your near future?
Just about to get married next Saturday. I hope to be married, and my future husband is sitting right over. He's hiding. and we're moving, and it's very confusing, but I'm very happy about it. So
wonderful.
Right.
And then you're going to be Mrs. Roberts, right? Philip Roberts.
Yes, I will be.
Philip Roberts. Yes, okay, wonderful. So tell us, Wilma, how long have you been writing, and how many books do you have published?
Well, I haven't been writing that long. I like I say, I've always been an artist, and I have all these feelings and emotions, and we all do. And when you write, you put yourself and your heart out there for the world to see, and I can't see what they're thinking, what they're doing, but they see me, and that's kind of scary, because it's almost like turning yourself inside out when you write your feelings and your emotions. And like I said, my book is full of lots of witty sayings and stories, because the Aesop fables that were in that book of knowledge, I loved every one of them. Like, look before you leap, and he who hesitates is lost, and the grapes are sour if I can't reach them. And I'm sure a lot of people have never heard all those. And my book is full of that, as well as the inner emotions of this young boy who called himself nobody from nowhere in the beginning, and he was just that.
Grab a copy of Wilma Forrester's books, Harmony, Legend of Forest Ranch, and The Adventures of Nagel. Available on Amazon.
success with your company. My books have had great success with your company. And everybody that I talk to that wants to publish a book, I highly recommend Readers, because not only do you do the publishing side, but you have a killer marketing program.
It's been exciting. Met a lot of people of different walks of life. Everyone has been very, very friendly.
This team here is efficient, they're professional, they look great. In fact, they look better than any other publishing company out here. Absolutely.
Working with Reader's Magnet on this project and getting the word out there on the book. What's that experience been like for you?
Oh, absolutely thrilling. They have been awesome. They understood, as soon as I talked to Maya, she understood what I had done and why I had done it, and she knew exactly what to do. And Ryza and her team has just been absolutely incredible. I couldn't ask for better support. They're a gift from God.
The book we're talking about is The Williams Sisters. Again, a couple minutes left in the program. Helping you putting all of these plans together and the outreach for the book across the country and across the globe, going to the UK coming up here, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk about your experience in working with them.
Reader's Magnet has such faith in me. I had another publicist that let me down. Reader's Magnet has done everything they said. They started out setting me up with this radio interview. They love my story and they want to see something good happen with it, just like I do. They want my vision to happen. And the only thing I can tell you about Reader's Magnet is they are awesome. I would have never in my wildest dreams ever imagined a publicist company ever taking me to where I'm at and where I'm going with this story.
I know you've been working with Reader's Magnet in getting the message out there, a very important message to so many people. What's that experience been like at working with Reader's Magnet?
Oh, that's been the most greatest thing. Yeah, like I said before, they've taken my book off my desk. I'm going to be, it's going to travel to book fairs, and they're talking about an international tour, and it's just going to go more places, and they have so many more plans for it than I could have ever imagined.
Well, it's important to get the word out there, and they do an excellent job at doing that for you. I know that you've worked with Reader's Magnet on this project. Talk a little bit, minutes are left in the program, with the experience. What has this been like to work with a creative group like Reader's Magnet?
They're awesome. Mario, he calls me his book shrink. And it's really funny. I don't know how he got that, but he's awesome. Everybody there has been so welcoming and
helping you take this message out to the country and getting it into the colleges. That type of outreach has been Reader's Magnet. What's the experience been like for you in working with them?
Well, for one thing they did, they changed the cover of my book. I had a previous publisher. The program with Reader's Magnet is much more robust, and they have they're going to do a YouTube and video, and also another type of visual presentation, which is coming up soon.
Helping you take this message out and touch other people, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk about your experience working with them.
Well, it was a godsend. I was just writing this on my own, and I got a phone call from Reader's Magnet. I never heard of them. They wanted to
market my other book that I wrote before this, which was technical in nature. It was around my career. And I said, well, I don't want to do that, but I want to publish this other one. Can you help me with that? And they said, sure. And I said, well, I have to finish it first, so call me in 3 months. And then they helped me. I'm not good at marketing. I'm an introvert. I don't understand that whole world. So they've helped me with the marketing of it, which is extremely helpful. They're very supportive and kind, and they're just there to help you.
There are so many authors that we talk to that are in the same category. I like the creative stuff. I don't necessarily like to go out and brag about myself or brag about the book or talk about it. It's so nice, isn't it, to have somebody there you can just sort of hand it off to and say, guide me. I'll keep writing. You keep telling me what I need to do to market this.
That's exactly right. That's what they do so well.
Helping you get the message out there, I know, has been Reader's Magnet. Talk a little bit about that experience with them and helping you take this message and get it out to people where it's going to be very instrumental in their lives.
Well, Rick, thank you for the opportunity to even say something concerning Reader's Magnet. I received a call from Frank Jonas, and immediately we connected. This book is already on the market in the form of The Enigma of the Holy Trinity, and Frank was telling me that the book caught his eye. Being that it's on Ex Libris right now, the book is not doing as well as I hoped it would be by now. At any rate, I believe that God, He's always working in the background and working things out for our good. And in this case, Frank called and we had a discussion, and we were on the phone probably for 2 hours. And finally I decided to try Reader's Magnet. I said, hey, what do I have to lose here? And come to find out that it's one of the best choices that I've made concerning this work. The staff there is extraordinary. They're very helpful. They return your calls promptly, very considerate, and very patient. So I've only been dealing with Reader's Magnet for a few weeks, but my experience with them is second to none. I give them high praise for the work they have done up until this point.
Every book begins with an idea. A writer with a purpose is driven to start writing a book to be read and loved by thousands and hopefully millions of readers. At Reader's Magnet, we work with authors by providing convenience with our fast and easy process for turning your manuscript into a masterpiece. Full support of our team of professionals working with you in every step of the way. Peace of mind retaining creative control of your book's design and content. Value for your money with our extensive range of easy-to-follow and easy-to-use industry-standard publishing and publicity services. And lastly, the competitive edge with our combined traditional and modern methods to ensure your market accessibility and presence. The publishing team at Reader's Magnet exists to support writers every step of the way in their publishing process, from caring and believing in their work to inspiring them to complete their manuscript. and finally celebrating when they hold the first printed copy of their book. We want all authors to experience that. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world. Call us at 1-800-805-0762 or visit our website at www.readersmagnet.com.
We are Reader's Magnet, a team of self-publishing and marketing experts sharing our love of books with the world. We support independent authors in achieving their dreams by helping them publish and promote their stories. You can be one of those independent and aspiring authors. Once you've completed your manuscript, we will work together in editing, illustration, layout design, and typesetting. We will then register your book, distribute, and promote your brand and title to your community and even to the world. Publish your book and attract your readers today. Reader's Magnet. We share your story with the world.
My name is Dean McFalls, raised in Seattle, Washington, living now in the Central Valley of California with my wife and child. I've worked over the years as an educator, as a missionary, one working with nonprofit organizations, and a minister. Last 2 decades of the Cold War, from around 1973 till 1991, I traveled extensively in the United States, Europe, Eastern Europe, Soviet Union, and the Middle East, promoting citizen diplomacy, that is communication and understanding between people in the world, peace, justice, and just a better way of living for everyone. Out of that travel and out of that great experience came a book which I'd like to share with you today called Delivered on Christmas. This book contains 15 episodes or sagas, all in verse form, patterned after that famous American classic, The Night Before Christmas. But actually the book was 50 years in the making. The first story that I wrote when I was 12 years old was done in 1967, and already I was addressing some of my worries about the world and possible destruction of all that we love. So even though these stories are patterned after that famous verse, they take you from the fun and the ridiculous to the sublime and the serious, to issues that concern all of humankind even today. To learn more about this book, by my website, deanmcfalls.com. But let's talk a little more. This is a time of great joy, color, and beauty. But it's also a time in which we think about the redemption of the world and the darkness that is over the world now. So let me introduce one of these stories to you from 1982 that begins with Santa, but takes us to that dark place of the possible destruction of Earth through nuclear war. It was the night before Christmas, and all through the north, one could hear sounds of cheering as Santa set forth from a comfortable cottage, the elves and his wife, for the ends of the earth and the trial of his life. The snow is light falling in a gentle breeze blew, as into the whiteness the cottage withdrew. But in less than an hour, the weather grew worse, and the ice bit so hard that it made Santa curse. A blizzard began. And a bitter wind blew as into the darkness the whiteness withdrew. But Santa, resolved, kept his eyes straight ahead, and coaxing his reindeer, he crouched in the sled. By Christmas of 1984, with the group of pilgrims, I had crossed the United States on foot and Europe to the Holy Land, then walked with another group towards the Soviet Union from Scotland. After a month in Poland as well, I wrote this verse, and all I'll do is give you the beginning, but it reflects a darker world. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through my sleep, I had dreams that would make even mean people weep. And ceaseless, increasing, they gathered at last, till my inner peace shattered and scattered like glass. Deliver me, Jesus, I cried from my bed, and to shut out the visions, I buried my head. My wife, now awake, sang a soft, silent night, and she tried to convince me that things were all right. But these ominous visits, which we scarce understood, made me certain my life would be changing for good. Towards the close of the book, I shift the focus from West and East in relations during the Cold War to North to South. And that's why the last story takes us south of the border to Mexico. This is important to me because now I'm married to a woman from Mexico, and our child is being raised as a bilingual child. During this time in which immigration is still a huge issue, this story, written in 1990, is still relevant. It was the night before Christmas, not far to the south, where the land opens wide like a gigantic mouth to swallow the light that shines on the northern horizon so bright. For decades, they journeyed from far north of the border, yet so far. Thank you for taking time to watch this brief video. I hope you'll find interest in the book, and my website is www.deanmcfalls.com. I also have several books coming up, and we can talk about that on the website. God bless you all, and may God bless our world.
So he's holding on to it like it's ice cream.
It's so.
Thank you.
Every book begins with an idea. A writer with a purpose is driven to start writing a book to be read and loved by thousands and hopefully millions of readers. At ReadersMagnet, we work with authors by providing convenience with our fast and easy process for turning your manuscript into a masterpiece. Full support of our team of professionals working with you in every step of the way. Peace of mind retaining creative control of your book's design and content. Value for your money with our extensive range of easy-to-follow and easy-to-use industry-standard publishing and publicity services. And lastly, the competitive edge with our combined traditional and modern methods to ensure your market accessibility and presence. The publishing team at ReadersMagnet exists to support writers every step of the way in their publishing process, from caring and believing in their work to inspiring them to complete their manuscript, and finally celebrating when they hold the first printed copy of their book. We want all authors to experience that. Publish your book and attract your readers today. ReadersMagnet. We share your story with the world. Call us at 1-800-805-0762 or visit our website at www.
back and look at the photographs of Woodstock and that time of history, we were messed up. Not just as young people, but as a culture. I grew up in the midst of that. I wondered, what is lasting? What in this world can give us deep enough roots and wide enough wings to be able to negotiate heaven and earth and to find our way and to offer something maybe that will be lasting. At the same time, I suffered 3 seasons of depression, and you can understand it. From Seattle, we didn't have so many Starbucks on the corners back then. But it was something deeper. I think I had to face, even though my life had been relatively easy, I was free of trauma, I still had to face the emptiness of the human condition. The human person without God. The human person without hope. It's bleak. And now we're going through some of the same as we see so many deaths from fentanyl. More suicide deaths in the military than deaths from action. It's a tragedy and it's a challenge. The challenge is not just to see the light, find the light, but to be delivered. And again, that's what the book's about. I'll be reading a little bit from the script, so forgive me for that, but sometimes it helps keep me on focus. Can you please hold this for a second? Sure. Yeah, thanks so much. That's what the glasses are for. So I'm a public school teacher, been doing that now for almost 9 years in Stockton, California, the Central Valley, California. Before that, I served 25 years as a missionary and a priest, having dedicated decades of my life before that to international understanding, citizen diplomacy, and reconciliation between peoples. My greatest joy in life today is my heaven-sent son, Gabriel, who's now 9.5-year-old fourth grader and an awesome striker in soccer. He plays basketball. He's also a senior brown belt in Taekwondo. But above all, he loves Jesus. And he wants to serve as a minister when he gets older. I'll support him in that. I married his mother in 15, even though I had served previously in the same community as a Catholic priest. We married in the same cathedral where I had been ordained. And now I'm still coaching his soccer team, is helping his coach his basketball team. I work with youth, and of course, as a public school teacher, that's a mission field in itself, is it not?
Yes.
The bad news is that our black Labrador retriever, with whom Gabriel had grown up since his birth, just passed away yesterday morning. It was a sad day, and I think she had been, struggling with her paralysis, dysplasia, and separation sometimes from him. Also depressing is that one of the two Bible teams in today's seventh game in the playoffs between the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings, one of them had to lose. I was okay either way, whoever would win, but I didn't want anyone to lose, and that's just the nature of life in sports. So today it was the Kings, they went down, but they'll have a chance again this year. They played a valiant game. I felt the pain also because this morning I tripped and smashed my thumb, which is why I had to get help with tying my tie today. And it still hurts. If I shake, you'll understand why. It seems ironic, though, that the sports should dominate our view, and actually all of this is about spiritual warfare. It's all about the warfare going on between the light and the darkness. That light that was declared in the beginning by the Word of God coming forth from the Father, the Creator, is still doing battle with the darkness that comes from the evil one. And that's one reason why I write. But I want to mention one more thing just to ground myself. I've been a lifelong football fan, and as a football enthusiast from Seattle, I was so excited when Seattle, the Seahawks finally won the Super Bowl back in 2014. It was like paradise on earth. And then in 2015, we were about to cinch it with the Patriots. Remember them? And the game, we gave it away. They threw the game away at the last minute. I couldn't believe it. What is going on? What's going on with my world? My world caved in and fell apart, except one thing. I also was a Patriots fan. Our family has roots in New England. And I thought that Tom Brady deserved a chance because he was 199th in the draft pick in the year 2000, the first year of the new millennium. 199, and look where he is today. He's the GOAT, the greatest of all time quarterbacks. So the message is that we always continue to try to thrive, and that's what I'm going to get to as I talk about the book. And so the question is, what does all this have to do with my book called Delivered on Christmas? It's everything, because the book Delivered on Christmas doesn't just talk about Christmas Day or a nice warm story, something that just feels sentimental and gushy inside. It's about everything. The good, the bad, the beautiful and the ugly, the hard times and the good times. And yet, what message does the incarnation of God in Jesus Christ bring to that? What does God say when his very son steps out onto the human stage? We call him Emmanuel, God with us. And that is the pivotal point of all human history. And so when I say Delivered on Christmas, I'm talking about the whole project of God's incarnation in Christ, transforming all of us, not just the nice guys, not just the church people, not just the pastors, transforming all of what is willing to be transformed in creation, which basically is everything except people and the evil spirits that turn against God. And so the book Delivered on Christmas is not only about the multiple forms of deliverance that happen when we give our lives to God and we let him in, but also it's about the ultimate deliverance of creation from bondage, as St. Paul talks about in the 8th chapter of Romans. The whole creation has been subject to bondage, to corruption, to vanity, as the Koheleth said in the book of Ecclesiastes. That we're all subject to the same death and dying, and that our souls must be in the hands of God. Must be in the hands of God, because He will come, and in the end, He will claim creation for Himself. Here's the introductory poem with which I present the book. It says, "May the Savior delivered in Bethlehem's stable deliver us all, for our God is able." That's the shortest poem of the whole book, and there's tons of poems. But may the Savior delivered in Bethlehem's stable deliver us all, for our God is able. Can I hear amen? Amen. Now, thanks so much. I'm seeing some friends here that were also in Los Angeles, and I appreciate your sticking around. Here's the opening poem of the book, besides the one I just shared with you. This is the introductory. It's a sampling of the kind of meter of poetry that you find in the 21 episodes that are in the book that I've written, the original episodes. 'Twas the night before Christmas when you opened this book. Why not, you had thought? I'll take a quick look. Maybe I'll find something special for me, like a gift hidden carefully under the tree. After all, with Corona, our world's rearranged. There's so little that COVID-19 hasn't changed. But with the two things we have still are lifelines and hope that God will be there at the end of our road. I'm speaking not only as an individual, as a culture as well. With all that we've lost and the loved ones departed, we trust God won't leave us storm-tossed, broken-hearted. For Christmas is new life and grace from above, and the child Jesus Christ, heaven's presence of love. So welcome, dear reader, to this book of surprises, this collection of poems about people in crisis, whether lighthearted, serious, or deep as the sea. These stories are gifts for you, with love from me. I wrote that in the midst of the pandemic, July 2020. Now, let me continue with an introduction, passing to page 2 of my notes. The driving force then and the central motivation of my work, which is going to be 425 pages in the last Ultimate Edition, which comes out late in June. The driving motivation and force is love. Not my love, but God's love that lives in me and is to be shared with you. The love that discovers messages and miracles from heaven in every circumstance of life. A love most powerfully expressed in the fullness of time when the eternal Word descended from heaven and became incarnate, i.e., that is, in other words, Emmanuel, God with us, one of us, in the Virgin Mary's womb. So thank you, those who are listening online and those who are here present, for giving me a chance to offer you a book that has been entertaining, inspiring, and challenging readers for 5 years. It is one of the most creative, comprehensive, and beautifully composed Christmas books available anywhere. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. I'll say it again because it's true. And I'm not just bragging, I'm just telling you because this has come inspired through me, but it's not mine. It is one of the most creative, comprehensive, and beautifully composed Christmas books available anywhere. You'll understand why when you buy it. The 400-page 21 Golden Edition is available now still, but by July, my 425-page Ultimate Edition will launch. For young readers, I still offer copies of the shorter 2017 edition. I have them at home and I can sign them personally and dedicate them, especially for high school students that want to study poetry, but also in the context of faith. So stay with me and I'll explain to you everything. Thank you. Open your minds and hearts, please. And I'll show you why I consider Delivered on Christmas to be a masterpiece, the work of a lifetime, and a wonderful treasure of wisdom, poetry, humor, spirituality, and historical insight, as well as a peppering of social commentary. And by the way, I'm going to give it away right now, just so you know who I am and where I stand. The last verse, the last stanza I added to this book in 2021, it's the very last thing I stuck in the book is this. There once was a time when the title of woke commanded respect, but now it's a joke. The self-righteous claim to the moral high ground is a lame way to justify tearing things down. And I'm not talking about just tearing down statues, I'm talking about tearing apart a culture. Every day in school, even though we're in the public schools, we still say one nation under God. There was a man in Sacramento that tried so hard to get rid of that. And didn't happen, did it? And even when they told us not to, even the teachers in the Central Valley were still saying one nation under God. Because if we're not one nation under God, then we are what? One godless nation. Is that not true? True. Amen. Let me just read to you one little portion of one story in this book, if I can find it quickly. It was written 30 years ago in 1982. Someday, or we can all say, one day the nations will all pass away, and the civilizations will rot and decay. The towering warlords will stumble and rust, while their fortifications all crumble to dust. But somewhere beyond every... I'm going to have to have something read for me. This has been around for 30-something years. I still can't read it without crying. But somewhere beyond every old battlefield, whether here or in heaven, will soon be revealed. Those still young at heart, and the ones they inspired, will forever be dancing like sparks from the fire. The snow is light falling, in a gentle breeze blew, as into the darkness the White House withdrew. And coaxing his reindeer, Santa crouched in his sled, while visions of gift giving danced in his head. And weeping, he prayed like he'd never before, that the Lord would deliver his people from war. And turning, he called to the last kids in sight, Merry Christmas to all, and to all, a good night. Now, if you wonder how I got there in that story, I have to read you the beginning. This is probably number 5 of the ones I wrote, and this is from 1982. At that time, I was walking across the United States. We walked for 2 years. After that, we walked across Europe to the birthplace of Christ in Palestine, West Bank, Bethlehem. The next year, I joined another group walking towards the Soviet Union through Scotland, Ireland, across Europe. Why did I do that? Why did I walk for 3 years and then travel for another year throughout Europe to give presentations on reconciliation? Because we were developing nuclear weapons and we already had. We could blow up the world 35 times over. And it was close to happening during the Cold War, as those of us who are a little bit older might remember. Here's how that one began. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the north, one could hear sounds of cheering as Santa set forth from a comfortable cottage, the elves and his wife, from the ends of the earth, and the trial of his life. The snow was light falling, and a gentle breeze blew, as into the whiteness the cottage withdrew. But in less than an hour, the weather grew worse, and the ice bit so hard that it made Santa curse. A blizzard began, and a bitter wind blew, as into the darkness the whiteness withdrew. But Santa, resolved, kept his eyes straight ahead, and coaxing his reindeer, he crouched in the sled. It gets harder each year, Santa sighed to himself. This is no job, I fear, for an elderly elf. If it weren't for the children, I'd gladly retire to the arms of my wife and a warm, cozy fire. It was not out of laziness, weight, or old age that Santa preferred to stay home at this stage. but instead he remembered the dangers in store from a world that was arming for nuclear war. It was only 4 years since the trip had been marred by the loss of his lead, that is reindeer, to the National Guard, who had shipped dear old Rudolph to Los Alamos, where a nuclear physicist studied his nose. 2 years ago, they careened through the heavens, being chased from the States by 3 F-111s. And last year, the sleigh had been split by the razor-sharp beam of somebody's new orbiting laser. It seemed fairly evident, given the past, that this effort at gift-giving might be their last. So as you see, the book does get relevant, and it deals with everything from the pandemic. There were 2 episodes on the pandemic. Currently, I've written about the end times, but last year I wrote about the war in Ukraine. Here's how that began. It was the night before Christmas, when all through Ukraine, fresh falling snow blessed the mud and the rain, clothing the blood-stained terrain with white lace and promising rebirth to new life in grace. Faith in God's providence gave Ukraine power to beat Satan back in the nation's dark hour. Demonic forces planned extermination, but angelic spirits stowed determination. Like the dragon of Apocalypse, chapter 12, the warmongering despot of Russia, himself consumed by hatred and grasping for empire, bombarded civilians with shrapnel and fire. Now, I do take sides on that one, but later on I acknowledge the encroachment upon Russia, on NATO, and I talk about the fact that Ukraine was not the most virtuous nation in the world. So I do want to acknowledge that in all of these stories, I try to find the middle ground, even though I declare my bias in my place. So next I want to share with you some more of the episodes, and then we'll conclude. In the end of the presentation today, I want to remind us all that sometimes those who are authors are not good marketers. And all of us who have written books find that that's the dilemma. Because today, this world we live in now with the internet belongs to the marketers. It belongs to the promoters. For example, the release of the movie called The Pope's Exorcist, which Russell Crowe himself acknowledged is mostly for entertainment and shock value. That eclipsed a far greater movie called Nefarious, which is an accurate description of an exorcism. And as a person that was involved for 30 years with exorcism and deliverance ministry, I want to see Nefarious. I just don't want to watch it at home. But I'm just trying to say that because where's Nefarious now? It stayed in the theaters a few days maybe, and The Pope's Exorcist remained because they had a contract with the theaters. A lot more money went into it, but it's a farce. I wouldn't watch it. I wouldn't waste my time. Here's the first one I ever wrote. I mean, I wrote one when I was 12 years old. That's in the book. That's 50-something years ago. I wrote the first version, but here's the first one called The Triumph of Innocence, written in 1976 while I was in college. And by the way, I illustrated the first one. A lot of them were illustrated. That's my wife. Although I was not married for another 40 years, and it's not the way she is now. This is based on a reading of Macbeth. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, except for my spouse. She was bent o'er a kettle of bubbling brew, while I, in my innocence, snored the night through. Well into darkness, she worked over the potion, which rumbled and tumbled with quite a commotion. It boiled while she toiled, and together they fought, till simmering, glimmering, it sunk in the pot. And she mused, "It is you, Santa Claus, that I love. while I, in my innocence, snore up above. Later on, 2 years after, I was going through hard times. I can't explain them now because of the time limit, but life was difficult. And we had some very sad news in our own personal family. So I wrote this one. It's about a person who's lost everything, and needs to come to hope. So it was the night before Christmas, and all through the service, I was constantly stirring, agitated and nervous. The candlelit faces in peaceful procession, the joy mixed with awe in a single expression, served only to deepen my sense of despair. Their lives seemed so wonderful, and mine so unfair. They, when or die, have good cause to rejoice. They've comfortable homes and careers of their choice. On Christmas they'll revel in feasting and presents, while I and my children are living like peasants. My judgment was sound insofar as the toll of a chain and the misfortunes beyond my control thrust our family from riches to rags in a year, and cost me both life and a long-sought career. So that one goes on, but it presents a story of redemption and deliverance. Down the line, I dealt with more stories of warfare, because when we walked all the way to Bethlehem, we met many veterans. And of course we walked because we were protesting the arms race, and we were asking for the resources of our nations to be diverted to the needs of the people. It was the night before Christmas, and all through my sleep, I had dreams that would make even mean people weep. And ceaseless increasing they gathered, alas, till my inner peace shattered and scattered like glass. Deliver me, Jesus, I cried from my bed, and to shut out the visions, I buried my head. My wife, now awake, sang a soft, silent night, and she tried to convince me that things were all right. But these ominous visits, which we scarce understood, made me certain my life would be changing for good. The next year, a similar theme. It was the night before Christmas, and all through our town, not a creature stood still. They were running around like a loose coop of chickens, chased late at night, as I gazed from my roost with considerable fright. The crunch of fast footsteps on fresh fallen snow, the sound of loud pounding on doors down below, and the shouting and honking that echoed around, left the spirit of Christmas nowhere to be found. But I, not one likely to jeopardize life, climbed right back to bed in the arms of my wife. A few years later, I wrote this. It was the night before Christmas, and all through creation, a trillion hearts beat in anticipation. Billions of stars kept their watch on and on, while the moon led her vigil from midnight till dawn. Silence hung light in the sky like fresh snow, and stillness hung tight to the ground down below. Not a creature dared stir on the face of the earth, for the whole world was pregnant and soon to give birth. The signs of the times had at last become clear, and those who weren't waiting were quaking in fear. For the innocent one who was born in that hour would now be returning in glory and power. As for me, I was home on my knees on the floor, searching for pennies I'd stashed long before. Not much of a spender, I tried to protect those funds that my lender might come to collect. Suddenly all of my hairs stood up straight. My heart pounded loud at a frightening rate. A brilliant flash split the night far and wide, as the thunderous crash shook the whole countryside. That's from 1988. So what are we talking about? About 25 years ago. And again, the book is going to conclude with another story called The Final Hour. I'll conclude for now with this one called Star. It's about immigration and the dilemma of people hoping to find a better life here and maybe being confused about what we stand for and where our values have become or have been. It was a night before Christmas, not far to the south, where the land opens wide like a gigantic mouth to swallow the poor as they follow the light that shines on the northern horizon so bright. For decades they've journeyed from lands near and far, drawn on by the sight of that beautiful star, whose radiant face turns the night into day, just north of the border, yet so far away. The poor stood there motionless, lined at the gate, yearning to enter but having to wait, while the solemn gatekeepers, with legal precision, examined each case and made their decision. Yet the glittering beacon continued to call, speaking freedom, prosperity, justice for all. And beneath that gold orb, with its glow so entrancing, one could hear sounds of caroling, laughter, and dancing. Oh, here was a dreamland of milk and of honey, where one could find comfort, the good life, and money. But between poor and promised land stood a great wall, and most were locked out, with no promise at all. I know a young couple who, forced to turn back, are living alone in a small plywood shack. Having fled from El Salvador's merciless war, they escaped with their clothes and their wounds, nothing more. Now they have nothing but faith in their Lord, hope for the future, and love as the cord that would bind them together in Christ, come what may. They were wed to the cross from the very first day. If I had a few more hours, I'd share more, and I don't want to test your patience, those of you who are here, those online. I just want to remind you that, again, there's a difference between writing and marketing. I've tried hard with marketing, and I'm here also so you can get the word about what I have to offer. But to be honest, I much prefer dealing with content. And I think the vast majority of authors would rather spend time on content and quality. They would rather spend time offering something of substance and value and not some kind of flash in the pan, marketable, quick profit. If you understand what I mean. See, I can't even say it clearly when I come to marketing. I can't even speak the language. But I do speak this language, the language of faith, of hope, and of deliverance. And therefore, if you'll check out my website, www.deanmcfalls, and that's McFalls as in Niagara Falls, McFalls, it's one word, deanmcfalls.com. You can find out more about me, about the book, about the kid, and also about ways in which you can obtain not only the golden edition, which is being sold now, but later on this summer, the ultimate edition, 425 pages with 20 different original episodes and a lot more poetry. And by the way, there's a narration that is prose that connects the whole book together. It's one continuous narrative about my life and how I was where I was and why I wrote these poems. So thank you so much for being here and for listening to me. It's a great honor to be able to share about this book. I have written other books, including a 5-part series called Dear Gabriel, but I delayed publishing it because I simply ran out of money. But that was 1,500 pages in 5 volumes. I'm looking forward because our kids need to hear the truth. They're being lied to. They're being misled. They're being deceived. God bless you all. And may whatever your faith be, please live that faith. If you don't feel that you have a faith now, give it a chance. Bye now.
We're open for questions. A few questions for Dean, please.
Okay. I'm just curious as to, by the way, I loved it. I love what I heard. And we have a lot of things in common. I'm also a New England Patriots fan. But tell me, what would have inspired you to write in that style?
Thank you for asking, because it was part of my script, but I didn't get to it.
Okay.
Why, for example, the first person that gave the first review, she's a professional reviewer, she said it's an unusual modality to use a poem that's so familiar. And by the way, I reprinted the original poem by Clement Moore, Clement Clark Moore, which came out exactly 200 years ago, the first time it was published. I published that in there, but the reason I use that is because, first of all, it's so catchy. It is the greatest. Above all, I've written poetry in many different meters, many different forms. I also write poetry that doesn't rhyme. But there's nothing like this meter. I forget the name. There's nothing that drives a narrative so well. It's like the galloping horse, or it's like the overture of William Tell. You can tell a narrative. The one about the first story about the pandemic, it's 216 stanzas. It goes on for 40 pages in the book. And it's just like that the whole time. It's because the narrative drives, the meter drives the narrative. And it's also something so familiar. You can see that I use original images that come from Clement Moore about Christmas. And I just sort of connect it so that it connects to American culture, it connects to the American spirit. Most of us know that story. And that's what really gave us the idea of who Santa is in our country.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for asking that question because I had forgotten to mention it.
Okay.
Young man, thanks for being here today. You're very patient. We have an young man like, what, is he 5 years old? 4. Yeah. I once was there. and I was much more active than he is. I was bouncing off the walls.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
Any more questions? All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Delivered at Christmas by Dean McFall.
Yay! Thank you, ReadersMagnet, for making this possible. And thank you that I made it here alive.
Yes.
All right, a round of applause to all our speaking authors today and those who are doing it virtually. A round of applause for Dean, Derek, Reverend Errol, Pamela for staying in and hanging in there. To all the authors who are here since day one and who are flying out from San Francisco, going to Florida, to New York, to South Carolina. Please take care, and we're so appreciative of everyone's attendance today. And those who are staying late and tuning in to our YouTube channel, Facebook channel, who are giving out their comments and suggestions to our authors. Thank you so much. I believe everyone deserves a round of applause. Yay! Congratulations to ReadersMagnet for holding a successful run of ReadersMagnet Book Confab here in San Francisco. And I know everyone deserves a good rest after this. It has been a long 3-day event, right? But I think everyone deserves a warm hug. I think everyone deserves everything that's warm at home, because it's so cold in San Francisco. But we're looking forward to more ReadersMagnet Book Confab in the future. We have the Festival of Storytellers anytime soon, which we're making available worldwide so everyone can join virtually. We're going to be attending series of events like the San Diego Tribune book event in August. We'll be flying out to Hong Kong in July for the Hong Kong Book Fair, in Frankfurt, Germany for the Frankfurt Book Fair. There's a lot of things that's going to happen in 2023. And there's no better way to close this event but to thank everyone for being part of the Book Confab, and this is what it's for. Again, here at ReadersMagnet, we share your story with the world. Congratulations, everyone, and good evening. Yay!